the shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. Don't want a doll, no dinky tinker toy. I want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind you. He won't have to use a dirty chimney flue. Just bring him through the front door, that's the easy thing to do. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles, no rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Mom says the hippo would eat me up, but then teacher says a hippo is a vegetarian. There's lots of room for him in our two-car garage. I'd feed him there and wash him there and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles or rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. In case you didn't hear already, I'm sure you probably already have. There's a new 8K filing out last night for the third privately negotiated exchange agreement, and we got that information. It was another $25 million that AMC paid off in their senior notes that expire in 2026. So in total, with the three agreements that we had, plus the $350 million that AMC raised with some other shares that they sold off, AMC in total has managed to raise the capital, or I think in monetarily speaking, has raised capital by about $400 million. So what does this mean? I wrote out a pretty lengthy tweet last night, and I think the market's going to make a correction in price to account for the dilution that's occurred, just like it has every other single time. There's never been an instance here where that hasn't happened. This would be the first if it didn't happen. So let me pull that tweet up here. I'm actually scrubbing off my glasses here as I speak so I can get into this. Give me 1 second while I clean these suckers off here. Also, before I get any further into this, I said in the title for the day today, the very end word agreements has an S on the end of it. Does that look right to you guys, or should it be agreement? New 8K filing for the third privately negotiated exchange agreement. Agreements? Agreement. I feel like it's agreements, but I don't know, man. As I was writing it out, I was sitting there thinking, like, I feel like the S should be gone. But when I say it, it doesn't sound right. What do you guys think? Let me pull up my tweet here. I know you guys are probably going like, who cares? I really don't. I make it sound like I care, but I really don't. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these tweets that I put up. I'll take you guys over to the other page, and I'll pull this over up to the other side here so you guys can read along, should you so choose to. Spell it deal. Deal or deals. See, that's the thing. New 8K filing for the third privately negotiated exchange deal or deals. I mean, because it's been more than one, so I feel like it's plural. Right. I just don't know. There is more than one deal, but I'm specifically talking about the new 8K filing. So I don't know. Anyways, who cares? I'm going to leave it the way it is. Here we go. Here's the tweet. Some important things to consider regarding the 3 privately negotiated exchange agreements so far. In total, I went through each one of the deals and added up the total amount of shares, including the shares the AMC sold for the $350 million. And in total, since the dilution has occurred, Adamarin has sold 56,138,022 shares in total. Any institution owning more than 12.8 million shares would need to file a 13D for 5% or more ownership in AMC within 10 business days, and we have not seen one yet. However, the first filing went through stating that the agreements occurred on the 9th. I think that was the very first day. No, was it the 9th? Hold on a second here. That's not correct. Hold on. The very first one was, hold on, pulling it up, December 11th. We had one on the 11th, one on the 19th, and one on the 12th. Yeah, all right, so 11, 12, and 19. Looks like the dates. 11, is that right? 11, 12, 19. All right. But remember that it was the 9th. The reason I said the 9th was that's when Adamarin announced that they were going to be doing a deal, but they didn't actually put the 8K out until the 11th. So if they completed the deals by the 11th, if you look at the amount of days, business days that have transpired since the 11th, the amount of dates that would be needed would be the first 5 days of that week right there, from the 11th to the 15th, plus the 5 days of this week, which means that from the very first offering that occurred, we have not finished the 10-day requirement period of time for somebody to file that they have ownership yet. For any of the 3 that have been, any of the 3 agreements that have, or deals, let's call them deals, I guess, deals that have gone through. So the very first date that we would probably have to see something by would be probably the 25th, or since there is no trading on the 25th, it would be the 26th. That is the day after a 3-day weekend. Oftentimes we do see price movements that are pretty significant after a 3-day weekend holiday. That would probably be the very first day that we would see somebody perhaps claiming ownership of greater than 5% by an institution coming in. And the next day is the 12th, which means that we would see the 27th would be another day. We'll probably have back-to-back days of they actually might write up the deal all in one. They might write up all 3 into one posting, right? So we might get them all on the 26th or the 27th, somewhere right around there. That would be my guess. Some institution will claim ownership of greater than 5% ownership in shares of the company, which would be the first person. The last person that we had, the last institution that we had that made that claim was Vanguard, and they claimed that they got rid of some of the shares that they had, so that they had less than 5% ownership. So currently there is not a single institution out there with 5% ownership or greater. We don't know currently if any institution is planning on holding on to the shares or taking a loss by selling them into the market. But if they're selling, they are accepting a loss at the current price. 2, if the institutions that hold shares want to profit from having those shares, they would be incentivized to protect share price. 56 million shares in institutional ownership would automatically increase our current institutional ownership of 16.82% to something around 38.2. I roughly did some math and just kind of figured it out. FYI, the total outstanding shares should be around 256,114,750 shares now at this point. That's based off the math that I did on how many shares adding into what we had prior, which was like 198 plus the shares that have been sold into the marketplace of 56 million. I think we had 199. We had 199 million shares outstanding. You add the 56 million into it, and it puts us at 256,114. I think should be pretty close. Number 4, if the market attempts to drive the market cap down like they have actually a couple different times now where we've seen market cap go, predicting where price is going to be moving to. If we see the market trying to drive the market cap down an additional 50 million based on the last 2 agreement amounts, then we're looking at a 400 million in capital that AMC has raised, and the market should be targeting a market cap of 1.6 billion because before the announcement we had a market cap of 2.01. AMC has raised now 400 million in revenue, in capital, and I shouldn't say revenue, in capital, and so now we're looking at a market cap of 1.6, right? Take 400 million away from 2 billion to get 1.6. This means that a share price of around $6.25 should be where the market's going to be targeting price movement. Number 5, if the market attempts to drive the price down as a result of this dilution, a spike in price this week would likely occur, and I wrote this yesterday, so it's today, to close out as many $7 calls as possible, and then a very aggressive drive down to 625 would be highly likely. This would cause the max pain. Thinking about how the max pain works, it's the most amount of options expiring out of the money. If a bunch of $7 calls close out as price is massively dropping down, then you would end up having, we would wake up tomorrow more than likely with a $6.50 max pain. That would put us right in the range of seeing, 625 as being an appropriate closing price for a max pain of 650. It'd be very highly likely. This should cause max, and I already wrote that here. It's already in the, I said that right here too as well. I believe it's vitally important that to get share price to move in the right direction, we need more long institutional investors. I already explained to you guys one of the sweet target points that we need to have in institutional ownership should be somewhere between like 40 and 60%. That's like the sweet zone for having just enough institutional ownership to help push the price, but also not be overwhelming in ownership. It's just ideal. 40 to 60 is a good number, and we're well underneath that right now, right? Because I put in earlier, the total amount of ownership right now is at 16.82% by institutions. This would drive us up to about 38.2, so it's getting us really, really, really close to the amount of institutional ownership that would be needed that I think is kind of the sweet zone. So if paying down debt and gaining long shareholders in terms of institutional shareholders is the key, and CEO Adam and the board of directors is doing what is needed to get the job done. And there's going to be tons and tons of people out there who are going to be saying, no, no, no. And look, we signed off on it. Overwhelmingly, we signed off on the idea that we were going to trust Adam Aaron to do the correct job here. And so you're either going to, and so when we all signed off on that, majority of us signed off on that, this is the boat we're riding in. And we're giving them the authority to go through and do what it is that they need to do to make this company profitable and to raise the share price. That's what we're expecting. So during this period of time where there's going to be dilution that occurs that gets institutional ownership in that helps to back up the price, back up the protection. See, think of it as like bot protection to protect price from movement from going down further.
getting that ownership in there, that institutional ownership in there, and protecting of the price is exactly what we need to get away from continuous price movement downwards. Again, many of you are probably, there's going to be people who are probably making statements that helps short interest to close their positions. As I showed you yesterday, bullshit. They haven't closed a damn thing, and every time we see more and more shares being sold into the marketplace, we see more short interest stacking. So they're wrong. Anybody who's trying to tell you that. And they're pointing to the short share and just a percentage of the free float that's dropping. Well, yeah, it's a simple formula. It's total amount of shares divided by how many shares you have outstanding. That's the formula. So if your shares outstanding is increasing, then the percentage is going to go down. But the actual amount of institutional shares held in short interest is rising. So bullshit. Don't let them convince you that, because it's not true. They are not closing their positions. We are well past anybody deciding that they're going to try and close out short interest. Their hand was caught in the cookie jar in 2021, and there was no way that they were getting out of this. It was either bankrupt AMC or they go bankrupt. That's what this has come down to. This has never been about can they close. It's never been about that. It's about who's going to go bankrupt first. So don't let anybody convince you otherwise, because they're not closing. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Let's see. But their shorts are diluted. Wait a minute, that doesn't even make sense. What does that even mean? What do you mean by their shorts are diluted? That doesn't even make sense. What do you mean by their shorts are diluted? If you wanted to make the claim that their shorts were diluted and an extra amount of shorts were created when Ape was created, that was definitely true. Every single person who was short a share was extra short, an additional share when Ape was created. So in terms of diluting or creating more short interest, I mean, I pulled up the screen yesterday. It's quite simple. You can see it. And then when Ape was converted back into AMC, that short interest is still there. There you go. There's our short interest over time. Nothing but increasing. I mean, there is dips every once in a while, but that's always going to happen. On a daily basis, there's always opening and closing of short positions that are occurring. We're still at the peak heights of what we've seen in short interest. There is no such, I don't understand what you would mean exactly by, as the dilution increases, the short interest decreases. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm showing you a picture right here, literally, of it increasing. The percentage decreases, but that's a math formula. That's a math formula in regard, but it's still increasing. The short interest is still increasing. The percentages of the free float is decreasing. But that's just a simple formula. That's not an indication of whether or not they're closing out shorts. This is a massive error if you're suggesting that they're closing out their shorts. It's not. They're excessively higher. If in terms of looking at it compared to what we were pre-2021, just before 2021's run up in January, we had approximately 5.06. Now remember, these numbers are adjusted for the reverse split and conversion, so you would have to add a 0 onto these numbers. So I don't know if you want me to do that or not, but we had the equivalent of of today's amount of shares. we had 5.06 million in short interest leading up to the 2021 run up. And then leading up to the June run, we had 10.64 million. Again, just add a zero to these numbers. So we had doubled our short interest from the January run up to the June run up, from 5 to 10. And now our last reported amount's 22.6 million. Another doubling since June of 2021. No, the short interest goes up. It's not going down, Paul. I don't know how much more. You literally need to put your glasses on this morning. This is not dropping. This is going up. The amount of short interest is rising as they dilute. It's rising. How do you not see this? Like, what part of this screen here do you not understand where it's rising? I don't understand how you can't see that. I don't know. Anyways. Paul's wearing beer goggles. Yeah, bless your heart. If you can't open your eyes and see the fact that this is rising right here, I can't help you. There's no way that I can help you. Short interest is rising as dilution is occurring. The statement that short interest is dropping is incorrect. It's a false statement. The percentage dropping is not indicative of short interest opening or closing. It's the change in the amount of shares that are in existence. That doesn't change how much short interest there is. It just simply changes the formula on how much. I mean, this is so basic. I feel like Danny needs to come in here. Danny, hold on. I'm going to the back of the big tramp. We're going to get a teacher in here. Hold on a second. We're going to get a teacher in here who can explain the math on this. Danny, come on. Danny, if you can come back to the back. I need a high school teacher in here for a minute, Danny, so we can explain percentages, like why the short interest is dropping, but the actual amount of short interest is rising as the amount of shares outstanding is dropping. Can you do that, Danny? Are you able to get in here? Are you able to come into the back of the big tramp? Is that possible? I never complain. I love Ortex. Let's see. Paul's not from here, guys. Paul, you're not from here. I never complain about Ortex. I'm literally like one of probably the few people who actually backs Ortex and says that it's accurate. That it needs to be, there should be more credibility lent, whatever you want to call it, to Ortex. I'm one of the few people who backs Ortex data. I know, I feel like I see your name before, Paul, but you're acting like you're not from here right now. Because I literally back Ortex all the time. I read it on a daily basis every hour. There's no reason why I wouldn't do that if I didn't believe in it. Is Danny going to be able to come back here? What's the deal? Where's Danny at? Come on, Danny. I need help. I need math help here. Danny's like, I'm driving. Yeah, it's lagging by 15 days on short interest reporting amounts, but that's not a problem on Ortex's. That's not Ortex's fault. That's just the way that the market works. They're lagging in when they can report the numbers, so that's not Ortex's fault. Is Danny coming? What, Danny? All right, I can't wait, Danny. I got to go do numbers. I was going to try and wait for you, but I don't see you. Danny's like, I can't teach. It's too early. Okay. I don't know why you can't, but that's all right. Don't worry about it. Put you on the spot anyways. Maybe some other time you can come in here and teach us the difference on a ratio and why ratio is showing that it's dropping, but the total amount. I mean, I feel like I'm doing the teaching here. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna try and do it for Danny. I've got 10 apples. I'm gonna loan you, Paul. I'm gonna loan you 3 apples to do whatever you want with, and you can do do whatever you want. Actually, no. Let me change this. You are pretending to loan 3 of my apples. You're not actually loaning them, but you're pretending to loan 3 of my apples. And you take those pretend apples that you're loaning and you sell them to somebody else. And that other person says, I don't need to see that I have apples. I just want to know that I have them. And so you go out and you collect the money for selling those apples. And you tell that person, yeah, I'm good, man. I'll give you back your apple. I'll give you your apples if you want them at some point or another. So here you go. All right, so you sold somebody 3 apples, even though I still have those apples, those 10 apples. Then all of a sudden I decide, hey, guess what? I'm going to. So by the way, you have 30% right now, right? You have 3 of my 10 apples. You have 30% of the total amount of apples that exist in my hands, right? And then I go out and I say, I'm going to increase the amount of apples that I have so that I can kind of, sell something. I want to make some money myself. So I'm going to increase it to 20 apples. I now have 20 apples, and you say, okay, well, I'll take another additional 2 apples, and I'm going to actually sell those the same way I did the others. I'm not actually going to take them from you, but I'm going to borrow them and sell them, and then give them to somebody else. I don't actually have them, but I'm going to do that, right? So now you have a total of 5 apples loaned out. You had 30% before. Now you only have 25% because there's 20 apples now. There's 20 apples in existence. And even though you increase the amount of apples that you're loaning and then selling out to people, you increase that amount, your percentage is dropping. But you still loaned out more than the 3 apples that you originally had loaned out. You're increasing the amount of apples that you're loaning. And you're loaning them out, and you're still responsible for 5 apples that you have to get back at some point. At some point, you have to get back 5 apples. But your percentage is dropping. It went from 30% ownership of the total amount of apples to 25%. So, yeah, there you go. It's I don't know if that's going to help you or not, putting it in terms of apples, but just because the total amount of apples that are increasing does not mean that you have done anything with the amount of apples that you have sold. Danny says, wow, Casey, that's a great way to explain it. Thank goodness you're in Texas or you'd be taking my job. Thanks. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. You can see, you can very clearly see, Paul, you're loaning out 5. You were only loaning out 3 apples before, but you're loaning out 5 now. That's an increase of how many apples you're loaning. But your percentage dropped. That's not less. That's more. 25% of 20 is more than 30% of 10. It's more. I can't. It's more. It's more. Percentage-wise, it's less, but it's more. But more, they are being increased. They are being increased. I literally put it up on the screen for you so you could see it with your own eyes. I feel like that's like directly a quote from Star Wars. I want to see with my own eyes, Luke. Take off my mask. Let me take off your Darth Vader mask here. Look, it is increasing. It's more. There is more. We've seen dips along the way. It's very, very consistent that there's been dips along the way, but the total amount of apples that are being loaned out is increasing. It's not going down. It's going up. Let me take off your Darth Vader mask. Luke, let me see you with my own eyes. You gotta see it to believe it. I can't help if you can't see it. All right, numbers time. Man, Jake, good morning. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just move on. We're just gonna move on. I can't help everybody. I just can't. Yeah, you just don't see it. I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you. Let's take a look at what we got going. I tell you what, Paul. I'll tell you what. Let's all panic. Let's all panic and do something about it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Paul? What are we going to do? What are we? As we're all panicking here, what are we gonna do? I'm not panicked. I see good things here. I see good numbers. Cassius says, buy apples. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Why isn't this popping up here for me? I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. We'll take a look at the numbers, and I think maybe if I can ever manage to get my phone to work. My phone's like, you too damn ugly. I don't recognize. No, it didn't do that. Okay, it did recognize me. Ever since I got this last beard cut, trim, my phone's like, I don't know who you are. That's not my purse. So yeah, there we go. All right, I'm in now. Starting with price predictions yesterday. Let me move back my screen that I had here. Correct screen. All right, we're good. Price prediction tally points for yesterday. Let's see who had the low end of the totem pole. TB had the low end of the totem pole with 510 to 810. 674 was the closing price of AMC yesterday. That is nobody got the price prediction, by the way. But I think TB might have been the closest. Yeah, 660. He had 660, but he's not within 10 cents of the closing price. Almost, not quite. So everybody's going to get a single point. The next closest person would have been me with a 679 prediction. Actually, I guess I was closer. I was closer. I was off by about 5 cents in price prediction, but there was, Apex and Twisty were really close to me in numbers, so I don't get any bonus points for that. So everybody's just going to get a point here. This week is shaping up to be very similar to last week, where we end up going into a tiebreaker by the end of the week. I'm gonna probably target my price prediction today at around that 625 number. I don't know that the market's gonna fully push the price down today, but I have full faith that probably the market's gonna try and push the price up to just about $7, and then we're gonna see this like massive drop in price. That's gonna take us down to that like 625 range, and it might take 2 days to get there. We might see it drop today, half the distance, maybe from like 674. So we're looking at like 50 cents. So we might drop down around 650 by the end of the day today, somewhere right around there would be my guesstimate. And then probably the remaining portion of it tomorrow from 650 to 625. That's going to be probably my guesstimate. And that's only because the market's trying to do exactly what it is that Ken Griffin stated that they're doing. They're deciding what the price is going to be, and then moving it there. Short exempt volume from yesterday. We had 234.5 thousand shares. The price. Well, this is kind of odd. Hold on a second here. What's going on? So let me take you back to the other page here real quick. I'm noticing a discrepancy here. Our closing price the other day was 674. So our closing price yesterday was 674. Webull is saying that we closed yesterday at 674, but it's saying that we were down 3.28%, which should be zero, because if we were actually down 23 cents for the day, then our total price would have been 697, right? Something like that. 697. So I'm not really sure what's going on, why it would be reporting it like that. But that is very, very odd. Let me just verify real quick here. Closing price yesterday was 647. Oh, 47. Wait, what? That was where we dropped to. Closing price yesterday was 674. It says it right here at the top left-hand side, right up here. It says closing price yesterday was 674. Closing price today was 670. It's okay, so it is showing it when I click on the daily and I actually look at it. It's saying that we had 0% change for the day, day over day in price. But over here, it's saying that we were down 3.28% for the day, down 23 cents. I'm not sure why it's showing up like this. Every time I refresh it, nothing changes. If I go to another stock and come back to it, it's still 3. Okay, I don't know. Day over day, we had a 0% change in price. I'm not sure why it's reporting it the way that it is on Webull, but it is very, very interesting. And the total utilization has dropped slightly to 21.23%. Just a little over 1% down. And let's take a look at Max Payne. I'm expecting it to stay $7 today, but I think tomorrow we're going to wake up and it's going to be $6.50. I'm almost counting on it. So Max Payne today is $7, or yesterday was $7. Let's see what it is today. $7, no change. Total amount of outstanding shares having been traded through the exchanges. I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere right around 10%. So we're looking at like 64% by the end of a day. We had 48.12% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be at 9.81. The combined total is 57.93%, or about 6.07% less than what I would expect to see by the end of the day. So we had a lot of extra volume going through towards the end of the day, going through what looks like maybe, I'm not sure. There was like a little over 1.5% going through the New York Stock Exchange towards the end of the day yesterday. So got a little bit of a boost on that, and that probably is what lowered the percentage going through those off exchanges. CHX volume was 2,000 shares, nothing unusually high. GME CHX volume yesterday was 5,269, nothing unusual. Institutional ownership showing up at yesterday when I last ran the numbers was 41.707 million shares. It is now being reported at same number, no change. Highest amount of open interest yesterday was at a $7 strike with 24.8 thousand contracts. On the put side of things, it was at a $6.50 strike with 17.8 thousand contracts. Oh, my bad. I forgot to take you guys back to this page. Let's see here. Total amount of open interest at a $7 strike. Remember, it was 24.8 thousand contracts yesterday. It'll probably be higher today. 29.1. Highest amount of put volume at a $6.50 strike. There were 17.8 thousand contracts yesterday. Now 17.6. That's good. That usually means that we're going to see, you want to see puts closing. It means that the market's not suggesting, or the market doesn't believe that the price is going to continue to move down. Probably going to be a little bit of a different story. Well, I would imagine that if we saw like a large spike, and this actually kind of makes a lot of sense too. Imagine a large spike in price early this morning, perhaps maybe causing a lot of puts to close, thinking that the price isn't going to continue to move down. And then after a bunch of calls close out at maybe like a $7 price point, seeing tons and tons of calls, maybe closing out today for those $7 calls, and then seeing a big drop in price. So I'm thinking there's going to be a little bit of volatility today. It's not really showing up in the volume right now in the pre-market, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing a little bit more volume than we would expect normally. Maybe just a tad. All right, cool. Done with those numbers. Let's take you guys over to the other page here, and I'll move a couple screens around, and we will take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with Ortex. Yeah, without a Bloomberg terminal, Ortex is probably the closest you can get to, a compiled, complete list of reported numbers by the marketplace. Now, of course, the big thing there, the big thing that everybody loves to hate on is the idea that the reported numbers is just that. They don't like the idea that, it's just what's reported. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, it does make a difference. You don't, just because the numbers are reported doesn't mean you shouldn't be looking at. That's what the whole market's looking at. The whole market is looking at what's reported. That's how they help. That's how that helps them to decide what they're going to do. Is based off of what's reported. And so even if it's not complete, and there might be some extra data out there that would make it more complete or something like that, it's still what the market's looking at. Utilization day over day dropped from 22.34% down to 21.23%. This usually means the on loan amount's going to be dropping too, but guess what? Didn't happen. Went up. Why does that happen? This is another good one. Why would utilization drop but on loan amount go up? This is a good one for Paul right here. Because more shares are in the marketplace now. There's more shares. Utilization's going down because institutions own more shares than they did previously. But more shares are being borrowed. It drove up by almost 2 million shares in loan shares. 1.79 million shares in new loan shares. That's part of that's going to be short interest. But utilization went down. Yes. Institutions hold more shares now. Of course it did. But they're borrowing more. That's what short interest is. You want short interest. That's what causes a short squeeze. Institutional ownership is massively important. We got to have more of it. Where we're sitting at right now at 19% is terrible. Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float driving up as a result from 8.59 to 8.8. So we're looking at 0.21. Let's see here. I'm going to base this off of I'm going to try and start memorizing this new number here. So I'm going to try and get used to it. The total amount of new shares should be about 256 million. So I'm going to put 256 in here to calculate how much in new short interest that we are seeing. 256. I gotta get that in my head somehow. 265 is easy, but for some reason 256 doesn't want to stick in there. Let's see. This means Ortex is estimating very close to or about 537,000 in new short interest day over day. That is that's about a third. That's a third. That is a third of, and that's usually what Ortex estimates is about a third of the total amount of new shares on loan is new short interest. 537,000 shares. On loan average age per day. It's going to be dropping. There's no way that we had 1.79 million new shares taken on loan and this doesn't drop. This has got to be dropping. Yeah, like a rock. Like a rock. Let's see. 35.88 down to 31.48 average age per day. Anytime they take on new loans, it's going to drop the average age. 2 days in a row of dropping on that or more should kind of point me towards suggesting there's going to be a big price increase coming. Security lending volume day over day increasing. We went from 1.45 million shares to 2.19. I think we had, what's today's date? 20th? No, we're past that. Well, we had another reporting in failure to delivers. One of the more higher numbers here that was reported was 547,000 shares in failure to delivers for November 24th. Just throwing that out there. I don't think I covered that on the whenever it was reported, but I just thought I'd throw that out there for you guys real quick. That was a little bit of a spike. It's not huge. MMRI, if it was huge, I probably would have mentioned it sooner. MMRI this morning. Oh shoot! I just erased the number I had from last night. I think it was 249 point something. It was the last number that we saw last night. So overnight, dropping from 249 to 246.86. I gotta erase that. 686. Yesterday, the spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield was 0.518%. This morning, the 2-year yields are at 4.378. The 10-year yields at 3.879. The spread now is 0.499, which is less of a spread than it was yesterday at 0.518. Just about 0.5% difference between the 2-year and 10-year yields, bond yields. 0.499. VIX futures. We are still seeing a futures showing in the 14 range. However, the VIX is not anywhere near those 14 numbers. I'm not sure exactly why the futures are showing that high when I think the VIX is somewhere in the range of like 12. But it's still reporting that number. And the futures right now are suggesting a drop. It's kind of right in the middle, like it's not really moving. So, but the market is showing down for the day to day. Currently, anywhere from 0.08 to 0.28% down in the markets. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday, AMC and GME were not on this list at all day long. Do not expect them to be on this list now. They are not. Out of all the top 30 most heavily traded stocks that are out there, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of 30 were above 50% buy ratio. And of those 5 of 30, some of them, for example, this one right here was just barely over 50, just over 50%. Just throwing that out there. Retail is not buying this market. Anybody who would suggest otherwise, the proof is in the pudding. It's all in the numbers. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $6.07. Shares available to borrow is at 3.6 million shares available. Last night they returned up to about 4.4 million. It looks like they did borrow just about every single share of that. We're looking at 4.25 million shares borrowed in total for the day-to-day. Yesterday it was 4.8. Since then, they've returned quite a few of those shares. Fees are at 0.6%. That's a little bit down from the 0.7 it was earlier yesterday. Calls. Currently, we have 88.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 11.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Of the mags, of the mag 7 right now, all but one are down in the pre-market. The only one up being Google. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater in the pre-market will get a shout out. Let's see here. I don't see anything. Nope, I don't see anything. There's one that's close, but not close enough. Silver is down this morning, 0.27, and looks like it's kind of consolidating currently after a downtrend. Gold is down 0.33 and also consolidating after a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.82 and is starting to trend up, breaking a downtrend it was in. The US dollar is up this morning, 0.26. Let's see. I want to kind of pull a little bit out here on the dollar. You can see that yesterday there was a large push down on the US dollar, bringing it down to about 102.07. It's slowly climbing its way back up to this very, very strong level of support and resistance that we've seen at around 102.46. A drive on the US dollar upwards, which we do appear overall to be trending upwards, would more than likely cause a drive past 102.46 would cause price to continue to move upwards here. I kind of feel like I see a little bit of a trend forming. But this is going to be pushing us out past the end of Christmas for a break on the US dollar to the top side. Probably right around here. Once it does break 102.46, what I would imagine ends up happening is we see a little bit of resistance, a test of 102.46, some resistance there, and then consolidation, maybe even touching back down on this trend line here another retest of 102.46, eventually getting a breakout of a 102.46 and an eventual total breakout of this bullish triangle that I've drawn out here. And we may, that could be as early as the 22nd, or this. It's actually, I've got this drawn out for the 22nd late night, which means that the breakout on the US dollar wouldn't occur until after the 3-day weekend on the 26th. Or over the weekend. I guess over the weekend would be possible too. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.92. However, the market itself is down 0.2. We got our pokey stick of volume already in here. We'll take a look at that here on AMC in just a second. We got a gap down at pre-market open this morning on the SPY, and a continuation of downwards trend on that. SPY, we have been inverse the market for a while, for a hot minute or two. I don't think that's, I mean, we may see that initially today, but I don't expect that to necessarily hold up for the, well, actually, we could see a reversal in the market at some point today, and then we would go down when that occurred. But looking at the pokey stick specifically on AMC this morning, it's a very small pokey stick, it looks like. The total amount of shares here is about 66,000 shares going through it. We haven't had a whole lot of volume since, which means that we had about 5,000 or 6,000 shares going into the pokey stick of volume, giving us about 72,000 in total, is where we're at right now. Volume prediction yesterday was 5 to 25 million in volume, and we ended up doing, what did we do yesterday in volume? I don't even know. Hold on a second here. Looks like 16.5 million. Is that right? We did 16.5 million in volume yesterday. I would expect to see something very, very close to the same, maybe slightly higher. So we did 17.4 the previous day, 16.5 yesterday, so about a million less. I would suspect something very, very close, maybe just slightly. I said slightly higher. Starting to think maybe it might be slightly lower, like 16 even. I think there's going to be unexpected volume today. I think it's going to be slightly higher, but I'm going to stick with the 5 to 25 million volume prediction that I would do for this this kind of volume this early in the morning. Taking a look at the VIX here. VIX did get a little bit of a breakdown out of this ascending wedge, but you can see here that almost continuing the movement back up after breaking out of this almost sideways. Did break out right where my box was at here, but not really getting a whole lot of movement downwards when that occurred. Is it possible that we're going to see like a false break to the bottom side here, and then we're going to get like a huge burst on the VIX that's going to head upwards, maybe temporarily? I feel like if the VIX continues to move where it's moving towards, it's going to start to look like an ascending parallel channel, which would mean this is going to be breaking to the bottom side, perhaps maybe retesting 1184, which would have the market moving up. VBR is up 1.43 in the pre-market this morning. Sorry, no, it's not. Didn't trade yet. Tesla is down 0.09 in the pre-market this morning. It's been trending. It had an initial drop at market open and consolidated for a little bit and is now starting to trend upwards. Amazon is down 0.59 and opened up down, consolidated with a slight move upwards and is now trending down again. Cinemark is down 3.28 in the pre-market this morning, has gapped down on the market open, pre-market open, but on 1,720 shares. So not a whole lot of movement, but it is definitely gapped down. Doge is up 0.03 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.88, trending up. GME is down 0.45 and is trending slightly down currently. HYMC is up 2.75 in the pre-market. It is gapped upwards on 2 shares traded this morning. Not a whole lot of data to suggest it's going to stay there. NCMI is breaking even in the pre-market this morning on trading on 1 share, but it looks like it's kind of consolidating in the aftermarket hours a little bit. Not a whole lot of data there to really kind of get a good idea where it's going to be moving to. But Hood is up pre-market 0.34. A market open, it kind of trend. It had a, I don't want to call it a gap down because it was really a gap down, but it did move down swiftly and has started climbing back up and is on an uptrend since, finding that bottom at 1308. AMC is down 0.59 right now and is currently trending down on a continuation. We had a little bit of a downwards momentum move, followed by consolidation in the aftermarket hours, and is starting to trend back down, continuing that trend down still. Yesterday in total, we had about 100,000 shares more, $100,000 more in outflow than inflow. So far this morning, 75,000 shares traded. It's not a whole lot. On a 4-hour time interval, our vortex indicator is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.12, and what appears to be a divergence occurring, perhaps maybe on the next candle or so. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.77, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.56, which is, it's actually just jumped up to 45.51, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.9, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval for the Ichimoto cloud. Lagging line, I wanted to see us finish it at 679 or higher last night, and the reason for it is it would have put us like smack dab in the middle of this cloud right in here at 679, actually maybe a little bit more to the top side, and would have given us a pretty good chance at trying to break through this cloud here. I'm starting, based off of the talk I had with you guys earlier this morning about how I think the market's going to be trying to push the price down here. It's not very often that you don't see price break through a cloud at least once, which is part of the reason why I think there's going to be a very temporary run to the top side today to break the cloud, and then you're going to see a strong drive down, and then perhaps closing around 650, which is going to basically set us up for the breakthrough of the green cloud going into the aftermarket hours and pre-market hours of the morning. So that's where I'm leaning towards. I think this is going to cause a lot of call positions ahead of $7 to probably be opened up. You would also see that this would be triggering a lot of FOMO that would probably be kicking in. Anything over 685 for the day-to-day is going to be a buy sign. So we're probably going to see a bunch of volume kicking in and additional buying pressure kicking in around 685. Oops. And I think the market's just going to do a reversal, and it's going to say psych, big old psych, cause a lot of FOMO into call options at higher than $7 that probably never make anything out of them. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. Moving through the cloud for the day-to-day would be required. Actually, price really needs to kind of finish, close out the day higher than this point right here, which is going to be $7.22. I'll say $7.25. Same number as yesterday. So $7.25 for the 4-hour and $6.85 for the 1-hour. Because the lagging line needs to stay above price line, conversion needs to get above base. All that won't happen until we get to like a 725 price point. That's where the buy signal will kick in. All right. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else for you guys. I think I'm sitting in the back of the big tramp already. I am. Okay. Look at this. This Benzinga says global box office 2024 to decline 5% in 2023. Bad news for AMC and Cinemark. How is that possible? Hold on a second here. That's bad news for Cinemark. They didn't gain market. What's the word I'm using? Want to use here? They didn't gain any market presence. AMC's been sucking it all up. Let's see here. Somebody popped into the back of the Big Tramp here. Pirate, good morning to you.
Morning, Captain.
Let's see what we got going on here. Box Office Mojo. Before I read this here, let's see where they're. Let's read the article. Let's see what it is that they're saying. A new projection for the global box office in 2024 could spell bad news for the movie theater operators. The prediction came after the Hollywood strike led to a work stoppages and could impact the number of movies released next year. What happened? The 2023 movie year was full of many positives, with the release of Barbie and Oppenheimer breaking box office records, and the animated video game adaptation of Super Mario Bros. Becoming one of the highest grossing animated films ever. On the flip side, the Hollywood strike led to some potential blockbuster movies not getting the same marketing and promotional coverage they would have. Walt Disney, you know what? I don't know about you guys. I don't get advertisements for movies. I just don't. Like, I'm not sure if it's because I don't watch a whole lot of TV. I would imagine that's probably the case, but I just don't see too much advertising. Walt Disney Company was among other companies struggled at the box office with no movies hitting the 1 billion milestone worldwide for the first time in several years outside of the COVID-19 pandemic. Concert films from Taylor Swift and Beyonce provided hope for the box office in the fourth quarter and may provide a boost. I love how they say may provide a boost to the financial results of AMC Entertainment Holdings. A new outlook could put a damper on the 2024 movie season before it begins. The 2024 global box office is expected to hit $31.5 billion, according to data from Gower Street Analytics. The box office total would be down 5% from 2023 and make 2024 the first year post-pandemic to see a decrease in the annual forecast, according to Deadline. The estimate would see 2024 have box office that is down around 20% from the average of 2017, 18, and 19, which were the 3 years before the pandemic. Estimates from Gower called for North America box office to hit $8 billion in 2024 and be down 11% year over year. The total would be down around 30% from 2017, 2018, 2019 3-year averages. One market that could perform strongly in 2024 is China, which with an estimate of $7.9 billion, which would be up 5% year over year. The estimate comes with a delay in movies for 2024 due to the Hollywood strike. Given that we lost 50% of production time in 2023, the anticipated 5% year-on-year decrease in 2023 is not indicative of a declining interest in cinema, but simply a direct consequence of limited product availability. Gower Street CEO Demetrius Mitsinokis said. Looking further out into the 2025, Mitsinokis said that the following new year could be a very good year at the global box office. Hold on a second here. I'm pulling up something real quick here. Domestic, yearly box office numbers. Okay. I don't know what they're saying. Maybe I should look at this internationally. So I pulled up Box Office Mojo, which obviously is not going to be like 100% accurate, but Box Office Mojo is already saying that the total gross is beating out 2022. So I'm not entirely sure why they would be suggesting that this year is going to be less. I don't know. Internationally, we'll pull it up internationally and see what it says. Actually, let's do worldwide. We'll it doesn't look like it's going to show me worldwide year over year, unfortunately. That sucks.
AC, how do you write it? How does a journalist draft an article about AMC and the box office and not even mention, not a single word about the new trend of concerts?
Well, I mean,
wouldn't you think if you're going to speak about next year's box office that you would at least include that new phenomenon, even if you even if you were negative, if negative. Oh, did they? I did.
Yeah. It says concert films from Taylor Swift and Beyonce provided hope for the box office in the fourth quarter and may provide a boost to the financial results of AMC Entertainment Holdings. So they did.
My bad. I might have been taking a pull off my coffee and missed that or something.
Yeah, that's right. It was a fleeting sentence in the paragraphs in here. Let's see here. I just don't understand why they're saying that there's a 5% year on year decrease when we're already beating last year's numbers. I don't get it. Are they trying to say 2024 is going to be the 5% decrease? I don't know. This is so confusing. So many questions. This says why. And then they got a related link in here. This is kind of cool. Related link, AMC Q3 earnings highlights, revenue beat, EPS beat, Q4 to include Taylor Swift, Beyonce films, Hollywood strike impact to be felt in 2024. Why it's important, it says the estimates from the movie maker or movie theater analysts could spell trouble for AMC and Cinemark Holdings, Incorporated, two of the largest theater chains in North America. Several movie companies such as Disney have already announced they are pushing movies originally planned for 2024 released into 2025 due to the ongoing impact of the strikes. Disney is also bringing movies it previously released as streaming-only titles on Disney Plus to the big screen for the first time, which could show just how short the new content for movie theater chains could be. With limited blockbusters and new movie releases, theater chains may have to get creative with more music, sports, and events content being shown on the big screen. Well, it's a good thing we're already moving there. And I agree. I think sporting events would be probably the next step. I would agree with that part of it. I mean, definitely AMC looking for new ways to make profits is always a good thing. TB says ChatGPT wrote that article. That's why it doesn't quite make sense, Casey. I guess. It really doesn't make sense. It literally was saying that 2023 is it's not gonna beat. We're gonna have less revenue by 5%. It's like, well, how's that possible when we already beat out last year? The one thing I couldn't pull up was international numbers. So maybe internationally we lost. That I shouldn't say lost, but there was less revenue made. Maybe. I don't think that's true. Maybe it is true. I wish they would provide sources. Where do they source the information from, right? It's one thing to just say that you're getting the information from an analyst, but where is the analyst getting their information from? Nelly in the Stash Sports Talk says, it makes sense for movie ads on Twitter or Facebook, but other than that, it makes no sense financially because of how little people watch cable TV presently. And I'm definitely one of those people. I honestly, the only time I ever turn on the TV to watch some kind of cable, which it's not even cable, it's like just free TV, is on the weekends for football. And that's it. And I'm not even a huge football fan. So the chances of me, my wife and I will usually either watch YouTube or some other streaming TV series or something like that, or some old movie that you guys may have recommended. But for the most part, I'm not on. So I agree. Like but I don't even see very many commercials on for movies on Twitter, and I'm not on Facebook. So
What you do see is a lot of stuff on YouTube. Seems like they release a trailer on YouTube, and I might be wrong, but that might be what they're relying on.
well, I have premium. My wife pays for premium YouTube, which means I get no commercials. So I don't see
That
those.
might be why. That might be why, because I don't pay for a damn thing, but the free shit, and I see a few trailers popping up now and then.
Maynard says, I read Cinemark is letting you rent a theater for gaming. That's pretty cool. Apex, solidifying your pee-pee in an hour sounds good. I like it. We'll see you in an hour with a solidified pee-pee. It takes you an hour? What the hell, man? It's like, I think you need to go
Takes
check
30
that out.
minutes for the pill to kick in.
You need to go get that chick. Does it take 30 minutes? Does it? I've never actually asked before. I have no idea what
Yep.
it's 30 minutes? That's not.
I can tell you, I can speak from experience. It takes about 30 minutes.
That's the downtime on that's high.
Yeah, you got to front run it. It takes planning, man.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Very interesting. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I take whenever I take naproxen for like a really bad headache or something like that, or maybe some sore muscles or whatever, it takes about a half hour to an hour. So I guess that kind of makes sense. KG is the source, Andrew says. Of course he's the source. Tendi says, I just read the story of Israel Kamakak. Oh, I'm not even going to try. And how he came up with his version of the Over the Rainbow by mixing What a Wonderful World. Awesome story. That does sound interesting. Twisty Swifty says 1 hour and 20 minutes, I think, for someone to mention pee-pee. Is that a record? Considering how often we think about it, yes. Steven Skinner says maybe he needs to get a Blue Chew. Are those faster activating?
No different than an edible. It takes a while for your stomach to digest the stuff and absorb it through the lining and enter your bloodstream.
Would you?
That's how the drug was developed. The guy that developed that literally injected himself with a needle, and immediately got a rager.
Well,
that's how he discovered it. But because when he gave himself an injection, it went straight into his blood, and it's all about blood flow.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you. Would you take an injection if it worked quicker?
Nah, I'm not in that big a fucking hurry.
Okay.
No pun intended. If anything, it gives you some time to warm up the oven.
Round these parts, we call that farting.
That's just so wrong.
Island of Dr. Moreau says that article's for 2024. We will beat that. I'm pretty sure. The way it reads, Island of Dr. Moreau, that's what I think too. I think the article was meant for 2024, suggesting that we're going to see a 5% decrease. But it literally says 2023 right in the article that we're going to miss 2023 by 5%. So very poorly written. Probably really was written by ChatGPT with some parameters given. And screwed it all up, and whoever proofread it didn't proofread enough. That's kind of one of the things that I feel sad about is that like I feel like journalism as a whole used to be back in the day when you found a misprint or you found like a some kind of error in something that was in a newspaper or something that was credible. It was a big deal, right? But nowadays it's just like common practice. Like it's common practice to just find a bunch of really bad errors. And for somebody like me who is very poor with grammar, because you can hear it in even the way I talk, for me to catch it, it means a lot for me because I go like, holy crap, you are supposed to be professional, and I caught that. And it's like, how do you mess it up? I don't know. There's no standards anymore. That's our problem. We need to get back to like better standards, like expecting more out of people's work. And then maybe even people taking pride in their work too. That's another thing that we're missing out on.
That's the issue. It's not about what others think of you. It's about what you think of yourself. And that's what we're lacking in these days.
Yeah, it's like I can say even from the standpoint of growing up when, I worked at like Subway, for example, like one of my first jobs ever, it's the pride came from, it wasn't like, can I just make this sandwich to the standards that the company wants me to make them to, but can I make a sandwich that somebody's going to eat and go like, damn, that's the best Subway sandwich I've ever had. And I'm just making freaking sandwiches. Who cares, right? In the grand scheme of things, I'm 47 years old now, and I look back at that and I go like, how in the world did I care that much about making a sandwich? But I did. I cared. I wanted to make sure that every customer had a great sandwich that they walked out of the store with. I don't think I see that now. I don't see that in people in general. You order a taco 12-pack and you get 11 tacos. Nobody fucking counted. It's like, or they can't count. One of the two. I'm not sure which. Sometimes you get 13. Sometimes you get 11. You never know.
Well, they've only got 10 fingers. So once you exceed that threshold, man, you're on thin ice as far.
Funky Pizza says integrity. Yeah. What's that? we don't have it anymore. It's gone. We flushed that years ago. Man, I'm starting to sound old. When you start having these kind of rants, it makes you feel so old.
Video yesterday, it caught my eye, and it was a girl on some sort of a podcast, and they were rehashing the old battle of the sexist thing, and she was throwing the word misogyny around, and the guy just, in the politest of ways, asked her if she could define the word.
Oh, I saw that.
She broke into tears and left the interview.
Yeah.
And I thought that pretty much sums it all up right there. It's all in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, I saw that. Oops, I forgot to put this back up. Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw that. Alrighty. I hear my wife is home. Hon, I love you. Good morning. Happy Christmas holiday off time. Woo! She's off now. She didn't have to work again. When
she was in the chat earlier, and you missed her. Man.
Well, you were in the chat, hon? Oh, she went in the restroom. She can't hear me.
Yeah, she was throwing the punchlines out for monkey jokes.
Was she? Damn it.
Look, man, we don't have time to include you. When you're doing numbers and working, the rest of us are enjoying ourselves. So don't be hating.
I know. I really enjoy seeing her come in and type stuff. And I feel left out when I miss it.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, man.
Yeah, I know.
Responsibilities.
She likes just being part of the group, too.
Yeah, very cool.
Like, she has this, like, weird, like, I think she wants to be a part of all this, like, the group of us and everything here, but at the same time, she doesn't, like, it's my,
yeah,
she wants it to be my thing, but at the same time, yeah, on her terms, exactly. And, but I think she does desire to be a part of it, though. I think she would. I think she would be.
Mrs. Pirate and I got into it one day because I encouraged her to like log in on her iPad and participate. She's like, "No, you and your little friends just play along there." But then she'll sit across the room and scream, "Tell them this and tell them that, and tell them that." I said, "Well,
Yeah, same way.
okay,
Same thing.
similar to the old 'I'm not hungry,' and then when the waitress brings your food, they want to eat your French fries." I think it falls under that category.
Did you say something to me, hon? I missed it.
I asked you what you said.
Oh, what did I say? What did I say? Oh, hey, you were in the back of the
She
chat.
in the chat.
You were in the chat this morning.
It was just while I just sat down in the truck and was going to start it to go home.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Hello.
All right. I need to probably head to break here. Wait a minute. Fell last night. Andrew's saying fell last night, leaving
Andrew said he
theater
went to the hospital.
in hospital 3 hours, cracked rib and separated shoulder on so many pain meds that Danny jokes might be funny today.
I like that.
Dang.
I love it.
That's pretty good. We'll make sure and get Danny in here to. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. You said leaving the theater. What movie did you see? I'm all like, how are you? Are you okay? You sound. What? More importantly, though, what movie did you see?
Yeah.
I'm glad you're okay.
Rib and separated shoulder, and all we give a fuck about is beating Danny up.
I know. Andrew, I'm glad for the most part you're okay.
Petro said he saw Fallen.
Fallen.
That's good, Petro. Very good.
Man, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's going to have to turn us off at some point today because his ribs are going to be hurting too much to continue.
Yeah. You don't want to be laughing if you got cracked ribs. It can become an issue.
Poor guy. He's probably like in so much pain right now, like trying to type out like so many different things. His fingers are just flying like super fast. It's probably the only thing on his body that doesn't hurt, and we're like tiring him out.
We could keep him pain free by turning over the rest of the microphone time to Danny.
That's right. I don't think that'll work, but yeah. Migration. Oh, cool, man. That tells me one of two things, though. It means that one, either you just like kids' movies, or two, you have kids and you took them to go see it, which means that they saw you fall on your ass. So my next question to you is did they laugh or did they panic when they saw you falling? Very important question. Because sometimes they laugh. Ooh, oxycodone. He's on the good stuff. Man, I can't believe that sounds like a really big fall. I would imagine they probably didn't laugh at that one. Yep, typing one finger. I'm going to ask you tons of questions now. You better get yourself in the back of the big tramp or figure out how to get back here so you can just talk, because you're going to get real tired real quick here. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you fell, man. It's kind of a sucky time of the year to have that happen, but I hope you get better quick, and I at least know now that you're in the northern half of the United States, more than likely, because there's probably not a whole lot of places to slip and fall in the southern half right now. Advanced screening. Nope, the kids are home. Oh, wow. All right, cool. It's good to know that it's really... Hey, hon? Oh, she's upstairs. Never mind. I didn't realize you're upstairs. I'll let the kids know. I'm sure that I'm pretty sure that they were looking forward to seeing it, so... yeah. That's cool, man. Stitches on your knee too? What the hell? Did you fall into some barbed wire or something? What the? Gee whiz. My goodness, that sounds like a hell of a fall. I hope you get better, man. All right. Other than that, how was the trip? Oh boy. All right, I gotta take off. I gotta take off for break here. I'll be back. I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market open, and I'll come up with my actual price prediction for the day today. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do something close to around 650. I need to just kind of find where the support and resistance lines are. I think for the day today to kind of determine where I think we're gonna find that sweet closing price at. It might be around like 653 ish, maybe. No, because if they drop us below 650, they'll keep it there. I might go with like a 648 close. This 647 tail that we got right back here on 1218 is probably a very telling indicator as to where we're going to be. I might just I might just target that 647. All right, I'll let you guys know when I get back, because I don't think I'm going to make
back.
Yep, sounds good. Later. Let me put up the message for you guys, and get you guys some Christmas music going on here. And trust me, guys, it's not that I want to see price moving down. It's just that I know what the market likes to do. I know it's very repeatable, and statistically, I like repeatable things. So I have a feeling we're going to be moving just underneath that 650 range today, and I'll cover this in the aftermarket open. We'll go over all the information that I sent out. If you want to go look at it, I've got it in a big old tweet that I put out last night. But I do expect to see price rising more than likely above $7 very, very briefly today, like a spike up. Excuse me. Or maybe even just underneath $7, somewhere in that price range, so that a lot of $7 calls can close. And then when those calls start closing out, we're going to see price kind of plummet a little bit today. So, and part of the reason is that I think that institutions are going to start targeting a market cap of about 1.6 billion, which means that price should, the price of a share should be around $6.25 if that's the case. So, I will see you guys in a bit.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Alrighty, I'm back. Hold on a second here. Happy drinky. What? Wait, what? Oh, happy drinky drink Wednesday. I have started the drinking. My wife pulled me away from the computer as I was looking at some spy information earlier. Not spy as in, secret agents kind of stuff, but more about the market. And somebody was asking me about options for the 19th of January, which look like they're kind of predicting or looking towards a 450 close by the 19th of January. I don't know specifically what it was that they were trying to get me to see, other than the fact that that's lower than where the SPY is at currently. I do feel like, for those of you who were watching at the time, that there was a little bit of a specific pattern. If you know what Gartley patterns are, bullish and bearish patterns are, then you'll know what I'm talking about. But I do feel like there's, just basically looking at the numbers, I would suggest that there is a trend showing up there. Spy versus spy. I'm looking at what you guys are ready. Anyways, who cares? I got to do price prediction before the market opens here. So I got just a few minutes left here to do this. So let me get to it. Based off of the Twitter post that I put up last night, which we'll cover here after market opens, I am expecting a drive in price, maybe to around the $7 range, followed by a sharp movement down in price. And I think the market will be inverse to that, meaning the market will probably drop in the beginning of the day to day, followed by a rise in the market later on in the day. So I'm going with like a 6. I'm kind of looking at this from the perspective of if they're trying to drop price to $6.25 per share. I think that a good closing price for the day is either going to be between one of these three of these Fibonacci retracement points. 641. There's a 641 retracement. There's a 652, and then there's also a 664. So it's probably going to be, I'm guessing, somewhere between the 641 and 664 level, because I don't think they're going to take us down to 625 in one day. I think that'll probably happen over a 2-day span. Let me plug in some numbers real quick here. Let's see. Closing price yesterday was $674. Dropping the price to, like, say, $654 by the end of the day today would put us down 3% for the day. I think they could move us down more than that. So looking at like a this 647 back here, I think is a really telling tale of what's to come. And so let me try that one. 647 down from 674 closing yesterday would be a 4% drop in price. I think that's what I'm going with. I'm going 497 to 797. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I think a swift move upwards in price movement for the day-to-day or towards the $7 price, and then a bunch of closing of call positions at 7 will more than likely help to have that, basically what I'm describing to you guys, occur. CPR says, I see more buying opportunities. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I really, if you don't see this as an opportunity to be able to average down on your price, that's truly and honestly probably not financial advice. It's my opinion that averaging down on your price is always a good thing. It's never really a bad thing to average down on your price. $8.23. We got just a couple more minutes left here. So I've got my price prediction in for the day today. Let me verify what it is the other guys are going for here. I believe Apex he's going for that 660 close, 516 to 816 for the day today. Let me put him in here. That is not the same price that you had yesterday, Apex. You said you were one day ahead, and that is not the price. So he's changed it. Now I'll put him in. He's in for his price prediction there. Let me check out the rest of the guys here. I got TB coming in at a 540 to 840 price prediction. Lately, TB has been kind of apart from the rest of the group in terms of where his price predictions are going. That sort of that's not really the case today, because well, actually it is. Let's see what Twisty has though. Twisty, let me see. Twisty's got 497 to 797. You bastard. Twisty's got the same exact price prediction as I have for the day today, 497 to 797. That's all right. I mean, it's okay. It's if we both get it right, we get extra bonus points. No big deal. But Twisty's going with the exact same number I have. Oh, now Twisty's saying I'll go up a penny. All right. I mean, you be you, man. You do whatever you want. 498 to 798. There's nothing wrong with doing the same exact price prediction. Apex, good luck to you too. So here's the price predictions, the final numbers. I got 497 to 797. Twisty has 498 to 798. Apex has 516 to 816. And TB has 540 to 840. The only individuals who are going to be eligible for a bonus point for getting within 10 cents of the price prediction for the day today is going to be Apex and TB. Twisty and I are disqualified from that. Can we make side bets on you guys with price predictions? CPR, you can do whatever the heck you want to do. I don't own you. You can do what you want. All right, it's that time of the day, guys. I will see you after the market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. Don't want a doll, no dinky tinker toy. I want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind you. He won't have to use our dirty chimney flue. Just bring him through the front door, that's the easy thing to do. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles, no rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Mom says the hippo would eat me up, but then teacher says a hippo is a vegetarian. There's lots of room for him in our two-car garage. I'd feed him there and wash him there and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles or rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to flame poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today, guys, is New 8K Filing for the Third Privately Negotiated Exchange Agreements. Last night I put out a tweet discussing what it is that I felt was going to happen for the day today. It was a very bold prediction. So far, not turning out. Not exactly the way that I thought that it would turn out. But it is ultimately kind of nearing some of the price points where I feel like it's going to be heading towards. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the morning continues to play out here. The day's obviously not over here. But let me show you guys what it is that I wrote last night. And these are some important things to remember in regards to what's happening with share price. So some important things to consider regarding the three privately negotiated exchange agreements so far. Out of the three negotiated exchange agreements, plus the 350 million share offering, we have had a total of 56,138,022 shares that have in total that have been sold. Any institution owning more than 12.8 million shares would need to file a 13D for 5% or more ownership in AMC within 10 business days. The original date that the completion of the first agreement had occurred on was the 11th of December. which means 5 or 10 business days would put us on the 25th, but we obviously don't trade on the 25th, so the 26th would be the first reporting day. We more than likely will not see any kind of reporting by institutions of holding more than 5% ownership of AMC until the 26th or the 27th at the latest. So we're looking at kind of in that date range. Oftentimes we have seen AMC's price rising up significantly after a 3-day holiday, which we have coming up with Christmas. So it kind of falls in line with that. That might be a good thing. But just note that they do still have some time before they would file that information on ownership. Excuse me. We do not yet currently know if any institution is planning on holding these shares or taking a loss by selling them into the market, but if they are selling, they are accepting a loss at the current prices because AMC sold them at a price higher or total value higher than where price is currently trading. If institutions that hold shares want to profit from their position, they would be incentivized to protect share price. 56 million shares in institutional ownership would automatically increase the current institutional ownership of institutions from 16.82% to something more around 38.2%. I've mentioned to you before that one of the sweet zones for institutional share ownership is somewhere between 40 and 60%, so it's getting us really, really, really close to what we need for institutions to back pricing. FYI, and this is a estimated amount. It's not 100% certainty, but I think I've calculated along the way as we've been getting reportings of filings. The total outstanding shares should be around 256,114,750 shares. If the market attempts to drive market cap down an additional 50 million based on the last two agreement amounts, which were both 25 million, then we're looking at 400 million in capital that AMC has raised, and the market should be targeting a market cap of 1.6 billion. How do I come to that number? On the day closing prior to the announcement of dilution, our market cap was just a fraction of a smidge over 2 billion. If AMC has raised 400 million in capital, then the market's going to say, okay, if you're going to raise capital, then we're going to lower your market capitalization by the equal amount that you have raised. So we're going to put you at 1.6 billion. So if the outstanding amount of shares is the number that I said at 256,114,750 times a share price of $6.25, then that would put us at a market cap of 1.6 billion. I believe the market is going to try and drive price down into that $6.25 range. I fully believe that. They haven't failed yet in trying to get to the market cap that they are estimating the dilution is taking us down to. If the market attempts to drive the price down as a result of dilution, a spike in price this week would likely occur tomorrow, and I wrote this last night, so it would have meant today, to close out as many $7 close as possible, $7 calls as possible, and then a very aggressive drive down to 625 would be highly likely. Why? The idea behind this is you would likely see $7 calls closing for the day-to-day. With a drive up in price, I would expect to see those calls closing at $7, and then that would cause the price to drop further, and that 625 would become more of a realistic number. This should cause the max pain to drop to 650 this week when we wake up tomorrow morning. The big question right now is going to be, will long institutions protect their assets? I believe it's vitally important to get the share price to move in the right direction, that we need to have more long institutional investors. If paying down the debt and gaining long shareholders is the key, then CEO Adam and the board of directors is doing what is needed to get the job done. And I do believe that. I do truly and honestly believe that we need institutions that are going to back price movement, because they're invested in this as well. And if they're invested in this, then they're going to want to see price improvement on their investment. So that's the breakdown that I had for you guys. It's very clear this morning that we did not get that spike up in the morning pre-market, but opening market hour of this morning. We went straight down to 651. Moving down to that kind of price range would cause put positions to likely close out if price is going to continue to move upwards. This is very, very similar to what happened 2 days ago when price at the beginning of the market day moved down to 647. We saw a bunch of puts closing out at a 650 strike, and then price started rising ever thereafter, and then slowly consolidating throughout the middle of the day, and then dropping a little bit towards the end of the day, but ultimately closing up. Maybe we'll do something similar to that today, but my guess is that once we start seeing $7 close, and we are towards the end of the week here, once we start seeing $7 calls closing, that will push down the price. So that's what I got for you guys for the day today. It's kind of sounds like a doom and gloom kind of thing, but it's kind of one of those things where we need to get here. This is the point at where we need to get to, and to get there, there's going to be pain. But like Donkey Kong says, I like turtles. So, I'm not worried about it. It's more or less just a point that we have to get to an end destination. Some people would suggest that the dilution is causing short interest to drop. It's not. I tried to explain this earlier this morning and had a difficult time reaching everybody in the comment section and understanding that the short interest is not dropping, it's actually rising. It's just that the percentage of short interest is dropping. Short interest percentage is calculated based off of how many shares that are in short interest versus how many there are outstanding of the free float. Sorry, not outstanding, but of the free float. And that gives you a percentage. If the amount of shares in the total marketplace in the free float is rising, then the percentage is going to drop. But that doesn't mean that the short interest is disappearing. You can actually have gaining short interest and still have a percentage drop in short interest percentage. It happens. The example that I tried to give earlier this morning was if you were the owner, and we'll call AMC apples. If you had 10 apples and somebody wanted to borrow 3 of your apples to sell into the marketplace, then they would have 30% of the total positions that you held, right? 30%. If you suddenly created 10 more apples, 20 apples, and they borrowed 2 more apples to sell into the marketplace, they now have 5 apples that they've sold into the market. They borrowed and sold into the marketplace, and now it's 25%. Before it was 30%. Now it's 25%, but yet there's more. There's more out there that have been borrowed and sold into the market, but the percentage is lower. So it's entirely possible for that to happen. And earlier this morning when I was trying to explain this, I showed it in terms of actual values, right? Looking at the actual values that are being reported here and showing you that that's exactly what's happening. The exchange reported short interest over time has been rising. Nothing. I mean, there are some down periods of time where the exchange reported short interest has been dropping, but you can see the overall trend is up. Nothing but upwards momentum in exchange reported short interest. The percentage is dropping. That's just because there's more out there. That doesn't mean that anybody's closing out their positions. So don't let people fool you into that. That's going to be the main topic of the shills that want to try and dissuade you from holding your position is they're going to try and dissuade you by telling you that they're closing out their positions. I'm going to be the first to tell you, if short interest is actually closing out, which we can see it's not, right? Like it's very obviously not closing out. But if it were closing out, that's bullish. Short interest closing means you won. You want that. You want to see closing short interest. So if anybody's going to try and convince you that short interest, which it's not, short interest is not closing out. If anybody's going to try and convince you that, you can just straight up say like, either you're telling me we're winning because of the stance that you're taking, or number 2, you're wrong about your stance on where it is that we're going and the short interest is rising. Either way, It's a loss for the shorts, but Mac and B is putting that in there. It's either way, it's a loss. Doesn't matter how you put it. Closing short interest is good, or rising short interest is good. Either way, one of those is good for us. Don't let people confuse you as what's happening with short interest. Oh, it's in the wrong spot. Let me make sure I got this up right. Alrighty, let me head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. We got about 13 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. I've got, there they are.
Yeah, there we go.
About the good weather.
I got Pirate and Rugged are in the back of the Big Tramp right now. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy drink. Shoot, I forgot what we call this. Drinky Drink Wednesday. Happy Drinky Drink Wednesday, guys. I don't know if you can hear this or not.
Cheers.
Can you hear that? That's my ice.
Well, in keeping with your tradition, I'll just go ahead and have myself half a gummy so I can join in the.
Oh my! You can put the gummy into like a soda, and it kind of like actually dissolves into it. Kind of like they do that with the.
Does that really work?
Yeah, well, you can do it with like Jolly Ranchers. I know they take you can flavor like let's say you had a 7-Up or.
Get out of here.
You flavor it with like a.
Yeah.
Sure,
With a Jolly Rancher? I've never tried this. I have never. Are you pulling my leg? Because I don't want to go throwing Jolly Ranchers in my drink and screwing it up. But are you serious? Are you
could? You could.
Wait,
we
you
got Jolly Rancher
could?
up in
Have
my
you tried
truck,
it?
You know what I'm saying?
Have you tried it?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Yeah, forget this. You had me believing here for a second. I'm gullible enough to go for it, but I had no Jolly Rancher.
Okay. Well.
I mean, it should dissolve, but it would probably take forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make it that complicated. Just trying to get to a specific place in my mind.
I mean,
so I'll just
some
I'll
people
eat my
put
half a gummy and wash it down with coffee.
Some people put I don't know if it's decoration, but some people use like candy canes during Christmas time to like stir up like a hot cocoa or a coffee. You're not going for it. You should try it. You should do it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, whatever you know, whatever makes you feel jolly, I guess.
But Donkey
I
Kong.
think it's very cool that you're supportive of Melissa with her working shift work. I worked midnight to 7s for 6 years in a row, and it can be a lonesome lifestyle when you're on a different time schedule. So it's very cool that you embrace her concept of this is her afternoon, and she just got off work and starting her big weekend. So kudos to you for doing the right thing there, Casey.
I mean, I lived it most of my life that way, so I know what it's like.
Right on.
Yeah. It's hard to find people to work those third shifts.
I don't know why. It's literally like one of the. I mean, for a lot of people, it's really difficult. But if you can put aside like holidays and like normal sleeping times and acknowledge the fact that you're getting off half the week every week, plus whatever time off you would normally get, it's a sweet deal. You know, it's really difficult, right? Like, as a kid, when I was growing up, my dad going to work for the government 9 to 5, which usually was more than 9 to 5. He was usually working, he'd leave before we even got up out of bed. We wouldn't see him home until he came home for dinner, So, like, you're talking like 4 a.m. until 6 p.m. at night, right? And so he's putting in these 5 days a week. More than likely, he's doing something on the weekends as well for the for the government. Whether it be like a party or whatever, who knows, right? And so your parents like gone like more than 40 hours of the week, way more than 40 hours, 60 hours easy. And then you look at and then you look at a shift work schedule. You work 4 12s one week, 3 12s the next week, and the rest of the time is yours, and that's it. Other than the travel time between you and work, that's all you have. And so you get half the week off. Kids don't see it that way. They only know what it is that they know. When they see a parent that works Monday through Friday, 60 hours of work, a day of work week, they miss their parents. But they also miss their parents when they're working 3 and 4 12s. Regardless, kids just want more time with their parents. Believe it or not. Doesn't matter which way you do it. So the moral of the story is spend more time with your kids. That's the moral of the story. But you do. You get a lot of good time off, though. I feel like there's a lot more trips and stuff you can take when you're on a shift schedule. You guys got all quiet on me. It was odd. Awkward.
We're just thinking about adding some comments about the shift work. I agree with you. It can be a challenging lifestyle, but it does have some advantages. What I found was I was known to shortchange myself on sleep, the old burning the candle at both ends.
Yeah.
Because you'd say, well, man, there's no traffic. I can run to the store today. Well, you should be sleeping. But you're right. You can cook breakfast for your kids, and you're working while your kids are sleeping. Now, technically, you should be sleeping while they're at school or working, but you can cheat a little bit around the edges and get some extras out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So the weekends are challenging for me because it was always important for me to try to maintain some consistency on my sleep patterns, but I had a habit of on the weekends trying to shift back into day mode, and that was disastrous for me.
Yeah. Well, if anybody here who's listening is either going to go into moving into, shift work or something like that, and you want any tips or tricks, I know them all. I can help you get through it the best you possibly can get through it, but you have to be willing to make some sacrifices, and it can be quite rewarding, but it's all about how you choose to look at doing it and whether or not you're willing to make sacrifices. South of the River says blackout blinds are really helpful for third shift. Yeah, I mean it's a mandatory thing. The two, I think there's like 3 things. There's 3 things that I always tell people who work shift work, late night shift work. You have to have blackout blinds. You have to have a white noise or some kind of like fan or something like that that's going on in the room at the time. Not like a ceiling fan, but like a I don't know if you ever heard of Vernado or not, but that's like, just a fan. You need a fan, a loud fan. And then the third thing is temperature. The temperature in your house needs to be
cool.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, cool. You don't want to be hot. Cool. If you have hot temperatures while you're trying to sleep in the middle of the day, it's going to wake you up. You got to be cool.
You have to have very strict rules about who can bother you during your sleep period. Mm-hmm. Very strict rules.
Yep.
Absolutely no excuse for waking dad up or mom.
The house better be on fire or somebody's bones better be broken.
Exactly. The same thing that would wake you up in the middle of the night.
Yep.
But on the good side of this, I can speak from personal experience. If you have a side hustle, if you're trying to start something else, and if you're disciplined, and it really amounts to all you will do is work and sleep, but you can live a double life. You can almost it's almost like creating a clone of yourself, to where, and that was what I did. I was able to function essentially at 2 full-time jobs, and it's amazing how fast that money will accumulate when you're doing that. Now it's a pretty poor lifestyle, but it's not something you could do forever. But
if you're single,
you work night. Yep, exactly. If you're single and you got a fire in your belly, and you want to keep your bills coming and keep a day job and keep your steady pipeline of income, and at the same time you want to start on some new venture, if you're disciplined about it, it can be a powerful force for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But Donkey Kong says, my mom would have to send out a search party to make me come home when I was a kid. Let me read off he sent me something here. This is a press release by AMC saying going to the movies just got sweeter. AMC Theaters launches its own line of premium gourmet candies, AMC Cinema Sweets TM. I'm actually going to copy and paste the link in here for you guys to see. I don't know that I'm going to go through and read it all. Does that make it up on the screen? I made it up on the screen. Okay, cool. If you guys want to go check that out, you can. We got about 3 minutes here before I take a look at the numbers. Petro says the world needs medics and firefighters. 4896 schedule, perfect for a second job. The company I work, most of the companies that I worked for always had a policy stating that you were not allowed to have a second job. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that nobody ever really cared if you did unless it affected your work. Like if you came into work and you were sleeping on the job,
Right.
then they had problems.
That's
but
a problem.
Otherwise, they didn't really care. So, but most of the people... Go ahead.
Petro couldn't be more right. We used a home inspector for our real estate stuff. You have to be certified, and the guy was a fireman, full-time fireman, and he did exactly what Petro said, but he had 3 or 4 days off, and he had these big blocks of time. And the guy made himself he was very financially successful as a young man because he used that time instead of playing golf or fishing or fucking about. He had a side hustle, and eventually it got so fucking big that he left the fire department behind. And now he's a general contractor to build subdivisions, but that's exactly how he started. So I agree, Petro.
CPR saying people off themselves because of a lack of sunlight. I don't know about that. I think that might be a myth. I think if you've got enough problems to where you're thinking about, offing yourself for not getting sunlight, I've never had a problem with that.
Yeah.
I literally could go probably a full year without ever seeing sunlight and not give two shits. So I don't know if I agree with that at all. I think that's a mental problem with people, and maybe somebody's trying to blame it on the fact that they didn't get sunlight. Because I can tell you firsthand that I have a massive aversion to sunlight, so I don't think that's the case. Yeah, Gina says I did it for 15 years, no issues. I did it for 20, not a single issue. They do say, I have heard the statistic put out there that it does decrease your lifespan. So if somebody wanted to argue that, it's unhealthy for you to not get sunlight, I would say, yeah, absolutely. But for sure, I don't think I would subscribe to the idea that there's a mental problem that occurs when you don't have enough sunlight. I think that person already had mental problems. I know there's people. I used to live in Eugene, Oregon. Rains like constantly. There's like 2 or 3 months out of the year where it's actually sunny out, and people get depressed from not having sunlight there because of the constant rain. But that depression is. I think it's an individual based thing. If you're used to it, most people don't have problems. People who tend to move there and used to have something that they didn't have go into a state of depression because it's just different than what they're used to and they're unable to cope with it. So again, it's more about not necessarily the body not being able to deal with it, but the individual having a problem. All right, I'm going to take you guys over the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I think I have, okay, I have this set up right. Give me just a second while I refresh a couple of screens here. But two-factor authentication, if you don't have it. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the slaying it back up on the screen again. Let's take a full look at all the numbers here. This is the first time I'm running through the numbers since market open, and I can already see that I've got a problem on the page. Let me try and fix that. I don't know if this is going to work. There we go. All right, starting in the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point for yesterday. I think I was the closest with, I think I was off by like 4 or 5 cents. But everybody, there's a couple other guys that were near me. So no additional bonus point for me for the day. Price predictions for today. Remember, these are not financial advice. Just 4 apes trying to figure out what the price is going to be within a $3 closing price. I've got $4.97 to $7.97. Twisty has $4.98 to $7.98. Apex has $5.16 to $8.16, and TB has $5.40 to $8.40. The low man on the totem pole is me, and TB has the high end of the totem pole. Between us, there's about a 43-cent spread in the group here. So a little bit bigger spread than we had yesterday. Short exempt volume was up, or actually it might have been slightly down a little bit, but still in the 200 range. We had 234.5 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Utilization did drop by a little bit more than 1% to 21.23%, and the day-over-day price increase was a 0% change. Earlier this morning, I noticed, and if you go back in the live stream, you'll see it. It was really odd. Webull was reporting that there was a closing difference down by 3-point-something%. It was suggesting that we were closing the day out yesterday at around like 697, I think, or something around that, which wasn't the case, and I'm not sure why it was reporting it that way. I am kind of curious right now as to what it's reporting our price movement at. In contrast, because 674 is what we closed at. We'll take a look at that in a little bit here and see what it's suggesting now. But there was definitely some kind of weird reporting error on how much in price movement we changed by yesterday. Max Pain is $7. We've been at $7 since the beginning of this week, suggesting a closing price near $7 by the end of the week. Off exchange volume for the day today. Highest amount of volume, or the expected amount of volume that I would expect to see going through off exchange by this time of the day would be about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX, somewhere between 10 and 11%. Currently, we're at 54.43% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 9.95. The combined total 64.38%, or about 10.38% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,400 shares. That's not unusually high. CHX volume for GME is sitting at 1,200 shares, and also not very high. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning. It just refreshed it just a little bit ago, and it's at 41.707 million shares. No change since yesterday. Actually, a couple days now, I think. Options. Yesterday, our highest amount of call options were at a $7 strike, and our highest amount of volume in put options was at 6.5. That's the same for the open interest. This morning, or currently, if this will hurry up and load. And no dice. Let's try refreshing this one more time. Fidelity really needs to fix this. I keep saying this like I'm going to send them a message, but I'm really feeling it now. I'm really getting annoyed. I try to give it some time to see, if I can get used to it, but this is really getting annoying. At a $7 strike, that is the highest amount of volume this morning. We currently have 3.4 thousand contracts in volume. That's actually really normal. That's what I would expect to see. The highest amount of volume is right around 3.5, so that's very, very close to normal. The total amount of put volume is at a $6.50 strike, and there's currently 1,500 contract or 1.5 thousand contracts. So market's suggesting a closing price between 6.5 and 7 by the end of the day today, which is a little bit higher than where I'm predicting closing price for the day. MMRI earlier this morning was at 246.86. It's now 247.2, so a little bit of an increase on that value. When I measured the difference between the 2-year and 10-year gap between the two, or the spread, it was 0.499. So essentially a 0.5% difference between the two, which was a little bit lower than what it was yesterday. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list here, and neither of which are on here. There does seem to be a little bit of buying action going on today, more so than usual on retail's part. Trigger price for SSR is at $6.07. Shares available to borrow is at 5.1 million shares. Earlier this morning, we saw quite a large amount of shares having been borrowed, but nothing but returns since. Fees are still at 0.6%. We have 88.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 11.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 34.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.23. Dow Jones is down 0.1. The S&P 500 is up 0.04. We have 2,978 advancers to 2,799 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining fractionally. And guess what? The dam is breaking. I can't stop. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes or less. I'll be right back.
Take your We should, since he's drinking, we should take an over and under how many times he'll piss today. I got $20. It says he will go between now and the closing bell. He's going to have to pee no fewer than 5 times. We'll have to rely on him, to be honest, if he goes on his break, to keep count. Well, that might be a little high. He's not drinking beer. If he's drinking liquor, I'm going to revise my numbers, my forecast to 4 times before the closing bell. That's my final answer.
Oh, so much better.
If you urinate during your breaks, you need to keep us abreast of it, because we took bets. We took bets on since you're drinking today, how many times you're going to have to.
All right, I'll let you know.
Leak the lizard.
That was number one.
That's your first one. That's one right
well,
there.
Well, actually, no. Hold on.
Closing bell.
I actually went right before I got on 2, so that's 2. I hate to break.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what we need.
I mean,
full disclosure. We need
and full disclosure. I want to make sure you guys are, whoever's going to win this bet's got to win fairly. So full disclosure 2. We're on 2.
Well, since you're not drinking beer, you're on liquor, I'm assuming. So I went with 5, but once I said I've revised it to 4. My final answer was 4 times by the closing bell. So I might have sandbagged it because you're already halfway home.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. So I why are we talking about this? I told my wife before I got on, I said
slow news day, man. Slow news day.
I got done peeing and I was like, I still gotta go. I was like, I still feel like I could get more.
Prostate.
Yeah, that's gotta be
That's
what it
just a
is.
swollen prostate.
Where I've waited too long. That's how I know. All right, text of the Mag 7. I can't believe I'm talking about this live on air. Mag 7. Anybody who's joining right now to listen to this, I'm sorry. It's crazy around here,
They
right?
didn't stay.
I mean,
They didn't stay. They left. They stayed for 10 seconds of that, and then they moved right on.
We literally
They're
talk
watching
about
videos.
flinging poo and eating crayons for breakfast. That's the intro for the day today. If you don't understand, if you didn't come into the day hearing that and understanding that that's what essentially this is, now you know. That's what it is. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are in the green. There's only about one right here that's really close to breaking even. That's NVIDIA, but everything is in the green on the Mag 7. Big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5%. It's going to get a shout out. We've got Coinbase up 4.1. FRC is up 7.69. We do have some red on the page going on here. A little bit of mixed numbers, but nothing besides those in large quantities. Mortgage-backed security, not mortgage-backed securities. Silver. Silver is currently trending up. Is up 1.21 and trending up. Gold is down 0.3 and what's going on with gold? It's on a slight trend up, but it is. I mean, you can see right now where it's moving to, and it doesn't look like it's moving up right this second. So, yeah, it's breaking down. It's breaking. So the thing is it's almost hitting a Bollinger Band here. It's probably going to have a reversal anytime soon here. So, which means we're probably going to see it start moving back up here in a little bit, maybe. If it does, it'll start moving into some kind of consolidation, more than likely. But currently on a trend down. It's moving quick too. Ethereum Classic is up 2.28 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.07, and it did drop. Found that one out. So earlier this morning, I was talking about how it was going to be trying to trend back up and retest 102.46. I drew out a little bit of a potential breaking point here where we may see the US dollar breaking to the upside. Sure enough, hitting right off of 102.46, dropping right back down and retesting this level of support. My thought process is that it will continue to trade within this triangle pattern, this bullish triangle pattern, because of the flat lines on the top side, and perhaps breaking out, going up in the futures, which I'm expecting kind of like going into next week, maybe over the weekend. When the US dollar is going up, the market's coming down. Oil this morning is up 0.15 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from looks like actually both Vanguard and BlackRock's gapped up at market open and then started trending down afterwards. If I zoom in enough on this, you can see both of them gapped up at market open and have been trending down since. SPY is up 0.05 and trending up since market open. VIX is down 1.52. All over the place right now. I really don't know what to make of this. I don't know. A lot of volatility. Massive amounts of volatility right now, according to VIX. It's all over the place. VBR is up 0.19 and starting to trend up a little bit after a gap down at market open. VB is up 0.16. Again, also a gap down at market open and then trending up afterwards. Tesla is up 0.59 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.81, trending up. Cinemark is down 2.88 and trending up. Doge is up 1.55 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.24, trending up. This is about the number where I think Bitcoin was at last time when it started to fail. It sure is. Around 44.7K a coin is where it was at when it started to fit, where it had a big drop off. A little bit of a pump going on here. GME is up 0.23 for the day today and trending up since market open. HYMC is down 0.84 and is trending down. NCMI is down 0.25 and trending up. Hood is down 1.4 and trending, consolidating after a trend down at market open. And AMC is down 2.23 and consolidating a little bit after market a trend down at market open. Inflow versus outflow for the day to day. We actually have, let's see, 2.5 million dollars more inflow than outflow. Volume for the day to day is at 5.25 million shares traded so far for the day to day, which is actually more volume than I would have probably anticipated by this time of the day after 47 minutes of trading, which puts us on a pace for about 43.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. 5 to 25 million is what I gave for a prediction. Are we on pace for that? I mean, it's close. We are getting some good volume in the beginning portion of the day today, but if we see this stall out, and you can see on the Bollinger Bands here that it is, we may see volatility die and price movement just kind of keel over from here moving forward. So we'll probably see this pace drop quite drastically throughout the middle portion of the day today and probably put us in within that 5 to 25 million share volume range day for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.82, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 30.40, which is just slightly above being oversold. Actually, it just dropped. It's now at 29.31, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.37, which is below average. And on a 1 minute, or sorry, no, I don't do 1 minutes. Ichimoto. Where do we stand? Hold on a second. Hey, hon?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do the chicken?
No, I'm fixing to go so I can take GameStop first.
All right. Just want to make sure. Let's see here. Lagging line is just barely above price line. Now remember, lagging line is simply a representation of where current price is at, minus 15 periods, I believe it is, if I remember off the top of my head. I think, maybe lagging line is 9 periods. Hold on a second here. I can't remember. Lagging span, 52 periods. My bad. No, that's leading. Lagging. Where's lagging? Leading, conversion, base. It's got to be 52 periods behind. Because base and conversion. Okay, yeah. So it's 52 periods behind. It's literally going to show the same exact price point at where we're at currently. So it is currently above price line. You can see here that in order to keep the lagging line above price line, price is going to have to continue to start taking a trend upwards and breaking through the cloud for the day-to-day in order to oh, shoot, I'm on a 1 minute interval. Hold on a second, guys. My bad. I was like, these numbers don't make sense. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. Price did not break through the cloud for the day-to-day. We did not see that at all. Oftentimes, I mean, we haven't seen the price break through this cloud, I don't think. I'm torn because there's technically a breakthrough on the cloud here. There was a green cloud after that, but it was so minute that you almost wouldn't even count it. The chances of us maybe not breaking through the cloud here may not happen. This may have counted. Conversions below base, lagging lines below price line, prices at $6.57. A break on a 1 hour chart above the cloud for the day today would be around $6.85, and that would provide a signal for short-term investors to start buying. On a 4 hour cloud, we have lagging line below price line, conversions below base, and the cloud for today is running. We would actually have to meet some price above the cloud due to this lagging line or the price line being much higher at 722, which means that we would need to hit a 725 price in order for this to become a buy signal on a 4 hour cloud. So not there. Have we had a breakthrough this portion of red cloud for the day for this period of time? I would say no. So we may be breaking through on the backside on this. And with that, well, actually, there's some news. Hold on a second here. Oh, lovely. Benzinga wanting to let us know what's going on with the stock, and it looks like they're talking about the 8K in this news. Definitely getting a pinching of the Bollinger Bands here. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Yay.
Who we got back here? Rugged and Pirate. How's it going this morning? Good to see you guys.
Ever since Captain Hayden brought up the concept of being an ace fighter pilot, which was you were required to have 5 confirmed air-to-air kills in one mission. I've been obsessed with the concept. And so far, my personal best is 3 bans in one day. But I've already achieved 2 today, and it's not even 10 o'clock yet. So I may be on my way.
Did you get Mike W?
Yeah, I got him. That's my number 2. That's what I brought the subject of.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just smoked him. Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Truth, and I should have had one earlier on, but I left a seal clubbing for Twisty. He's been itching to pop his band hammer cherry, so it took him about an hour to get around to taking care of business, but he did. So, and we're proud of him. The little guy's getting right after it. So.
Hold on a second. What's that, hon?
So I guess I gotta wait. Neither of them open till 10.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier. That's...
Oh, it said that on Costco.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's getting his cherry pop today, huh?
Yep. He's done blooded himself. He's bona fide now. He's trying to give me half of a point for his first kill, but that's nope. I'll take it, Twisty. I'll get it the honest way. I only need 3 more today, and at the rate things are going, I'm quite certain that it'll happen for me. Just understand, Twister, that that's the last time I sandbag for you, though. From here on out, it's every man for himself.
I think one of the interesting things, and I don't know if this is the case because I'm kind of curious a little bit, but I've noticed that like subscriberships, I feel like when we ban somebody, and I don't know because I don't really. It doesn't tell me when you guys ban somebody. All I see is that you remove their comment, and so I have no idea. So, but one of the things that I kind of feel like is that whoever is there getting banned doesn't unsubscribe from the channel, which I find ironic. Like almost like they just don't care whether the account that they're using at that moment in time is subscribed or not, and they just move on to a new account without
that's the case.
Unsubscribing.
They just have to generate a new account. So at best, we create a little work for them.
Yeah,
and it slows them down. And it gives me a way to pass away the time. Helps the time go fast for me. It's like
But I would encourage
whack-a-mole or shooting.
I
When
would
we were kids, we'd go to the garbage dump and shoot rats. It's kind of like that.
I would encourage anybody who is banned from being able to speak to unsubscribe. And let me tell you why. I'm a huge stickler for numbers. I don't want to overinflate my subscribership with a bunch of banned accounts that can no longer speak. So I would appreciate it if you guys are here to shill, that you would unsubscribe after you've been banned before you create the new account. That way it doesn't overinflate my numbers. I don't want to see, and it's not like I sit there and I look at them on a daily basis because I really don't care, but ultimately it does give me a baseline for knowing when I see unusual movement in subscriberships for other accounts. I do look at other people's accounts. Whenever I see somebody new who pops up into the community when their subscribership level like skyrockets, I like to use my baseline because I don't advertise the channel. I don't do anything. I'm not collecting any money, so YouTube's not doing anything for me. So it gives me a good baseline for knowing like what should somebody be seeing in terms of like natural progression, movement in subscribers. And you shills are just adding to my numbers that shouldn't be there. So please make sure you unsubscribe. I think it's really vital for my data collection. I would appreciate that. Just throwing that out there. By the way, if you ever do that, if you ever go and you research other people, you'll know it. I don't want to pull up any examples to give you, just because I'm not supposed to. But I mean, you can go and look. You can go and look on socialblade.com and check out. And when you see these large spikes in subscribers for a channel, instantly it tells you that they paid for them. It should tell you that, because nobody gets thousands of subscribers over a week. It just doesn't happen. I don't care how great your message is that you're putting out there. I don't care how many people within the community are pushing your current video. You just don't get thousands and thousands of subscribers in a single week. It doesn't happen. Not naturally.
Well, I did like you asked, Casey. I went and posted the Casey Shaw channel into at least 30 Reddits yesterday and 40 tweets on Twitter.
Yeah.
100 tweets on all these other public forums. And on casual encounters, I posted those on the Craigslist and the links to here. And
did you also wait? Did you also tell him to put in the the super chats?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Just want to make sure.
That's good. That's good.
All right.
That's good.
Cool, man. Yeah.
I'm fond of the ones who are the big thinkers, the ones who they fancy themselves, slick. I enjoy that little tete-a-tete with them. The ones who are come in just blatantly obvious, they're boring. I mean, it helps me fill out my scorecard, but so it's just boring.
We should have some kind of I like that.
Much prefer the Flat Earth or the Jason Patsis. I like those guys. Once you slap them around a little bit, kind of slap them around a little bit before you send them on their way.
I think bingo cards would be kind of fun for something like that. Yeah. Like, what are they going to bring up? Like, try to predict what each one of your squares is a self prediction. You can create your own
bingo.
Yeah, you can create your own bingo. Yeah. You have to submit your bingo card in advance, so we know you're not just creating them as you go, but create your own bingo card of things that shills say. Oh, excuse me. My mate Chris. I'm surprised I actually got that right. Please don't scoff at this comment. I'm not going to scoff at it. I already pre-read it, so I'm not going to scoff at it. I actually, believe it or not, I've actually already talked about this once before. These are powerful people. What happens if Adam Aaron was taken out? I didn't say taken out. That wasn't the question that we asked, but mysterious circumstances. They have designs on taking over the board. Sorry, this might be a gin hat or a tinfoil hat. Is fine. You know,
I like Gin Hat. We're going to go with Gin Hat for the rest of the day.
yeah, Gin Hat works.
It's Drinky Drink Wednesday, so Gin Hat it is.
Yeah, why not?
One monkey doesn't stop a circus, Chris.
Yeah.
You know,
One sick monkey doesn't shut down the circus.
you guys were talking about
He might be a big monkey, but he might be the top banana monkey, but Adam Aaron's still he's just a part of the machine.
the top.
Yeah. Remember that there is an entire board of directors that we have here that's helping him to make decisions along the way. There is a capable group of staff that Adam Aaron has that's helping him with this. One thing that I've found in my workplace from the past is that as much as you think that you are the everything that makes things gears turn within the company, that is false. Everybody is replaceable in life for every job. And I know there's some of you out there that probably I would admire the fact that there's probably many of you out there who believe that you're irreplaceable, because I know that you take pride in your job and you believe that the job that you're doing is that nobody else could do it. And you're probably even right. But the thing is that companies find a way to manage to continue on regardless of whether or not the job that you're doing is completed or not. They do. They can get rid of you and still keep going. So whether or not Adam Aaron is replaceable, everybody is. Every single person is replaceable. I think AMC
asked a good question. What percentage of your 6,000 subs actually watch the channel daily? And I would like to expound on that question and say, just because there's 250 people in here right now, that doesn't mean it's the same 250 people that was here an hour ago.
Right.
So do you know how many people per day come? I mean, we know at any given moment in time, we can look on our screen and see, but I would say that number changes.
I know. Like I said, I don't look at these numbers very often. So I'll actually pull up the other page here because, it's just, we're talking about it and I don't mind sharing.
Very few people stay 8 hours a day. I would have to assume that if it holds steady at 250 throughout the day, that number turns over at least 4 times. Maybe there's a morning crowd or maybe at least 3, your morning crowd, your lunchtime listeners, and then your late afternoon.
There is an analytics screen that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
No, I was just going to say that it stands to reason that whatever number we see at any given time is some multiple of that would paint a better picture of how many visitors we have each day. I'm going to go with 3 times.
So I went to the audience page here. It looks like the returning viewers is viewers who already watched your channel previously and returned to watch the selected time period. So any one of these dates in here should show a value, and it looks like it ranges, I don't know, anywhere from like 1,300 to 1,500 per day. And I'm not, I can expand the time frame.
That falls right in line with my theory. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like on any given day, unique viewers ranges somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000. It's like 1,500 people.
It's very cool. Very cool. It had long been my thoughts on it that the 250 people who are currently joining us, they won't be the same 250 people 45 minutes from now. So it stands to reason that even if somebody just comes in and stays an hour, finds out what they want to learn and moves on, that the number of people who participate is vast, is a great deal more than the number we see posted on our screen is currently watching at 252. I like it. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. In August, and again, the reason that anytime I ever do look at these numbers, I only look at them because I think it's good to understand like what what I think is a natural amount of because I don't do anything to, there's no monetization, there's no advertising
You
of
don't
this
push it.
channel, there's
You
no
don't
nothing.
push to click the like buttons or give me a
Right,
thumbs up. Or
right. So I feel like
none of us do.
it's a very natural progression, right? So it's back in August we had a high of about 4,686 returning viewers. So and a new viewers in the range of about 1,500. Now in August, that was around the time when AMC and Ape were getting ready to merge. So it makes sense why those numbers would have been higher, and you can see that there's very definitely a progression down over time on viewership. One of the things that I have noticed on a day-to-day basis is that I'm trying to think where I can find this. Shoot, I don't remember. I think it's on the current day stream. One of the things that I find to be kind of interesting is that if I go to the page that I look at where I'm reading like all your guys' comments and everything, the total amount of concurrent viewers, which this is literally the page that's set up that I see as I'm watching what's going on with the stream, right? So if I want to know how many concurrent viewers there are or anything like that that's happening, this is the page that I'm looking at here, and it is absolutely amazing to me that the concurrent viewers oftentimes has a very similar pattern to where price movement is for the day-to-day. I don't know why there's a correlation to that.
There's a certain logic to that.
I mean, yeah, there is. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like if price is suddenly starting to spike and you see a bunch of concurrent viewers increasing, it makes sense. Yeah. It makes total sense. But
and the opposite, if it's not a particularly good day and everybody gets, some people are like, fuck this. This ain't no fun. I need to get away from this shit. So yeah, it stands to reason.
Dr. Zayas is saying, what is chat rate? Chat rate is the chat rate of the stream at the most recently available time. So how many chats are going through, I think, per minute, I think is what it is. So like basically one every 10 seconds is coming through. Oh, this is a good one. That's actually a really good one, Dr. Zayas. Have you ever gone to a live stream for somebody and it's just like absolutely like flying with comments that are going through? Have you ever noticed how like my stream doesn't do that in contrast to other people's streams that are out there? I would suggest, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just kind of hypothesizing, but there is a much more natural amount of conversation that happens in here instead of just bots putting in random bullshit.
I'd like to think that's true.
And so if you ever go onto a channel where you just see the chat is just massively flying, red flags should be going off in your head as to, there's a lot of bots out there that are just putting out random comments because this is a metric. The chat rate is a metric that YouTube looks at to decide how it's going to advertise your content to the general public, right? So if your chat rate's really high, then that means that you've got a lot of interaction, which means that they're gonna, they're gonna push that channel onto the general public, like, and advertise it basically, so that they can get more people in there. So
it's easy to see that too. If you've ever watched one of those chats that moves that fast, the bigger part of what's coming across is just fluff, real short comments that don't have much substance to them. And, 90% of it's just that, it's just chatter, noise.
Anyways, I don't really like to dwell on those stats too much.
I know you don't. You don't. That's why I don't. I've wanted to know for some time, and seemed to be especially charitable this morning, and patient with everyone. So I thought I'd shoot my shot, see if we can get you to dig into it. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I again,
watch out for those product placement people. Like,
Bitcoin.
You never can underestimate the power of a good smooth bowel movement. That's why I like to endorse Metamucil. Keeps you
Come on,
natural.
man. No pirate coin. No pirate coin. I mean,
Okay.
does that screen he just had up should track how many pirate coin mentions we get, man. We gotta pay the bills around here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There was something I mentioned the other day. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I mentioned it, and what was it we were talking about? I'm trying to remember. It showed up. It showed up on some of the stuff that was being advertised to me, and I was like, dude, I have no desire to be seeing advertisements on this whatsoever, but I know it came from the fact that we just mentioned it. And I want to say it was something like Viagra, but it wasn't. It was something else, and I can't remember what it is now. But it literally
Yeah, it was like
No, I'm gonna sound like an asshole for saying this, but I'm okay with that. I read a tweet on X the other day.
I'm the same
and it
way.
was a guy who he was putting out his idea of how AMC could do a partnership with GameStop and the whole lobby, putting games in the lobby. And I immediately said he stole that from us. He plagiarized that from that was we came up with that. And it wasn't and I know what people would say. Well, an idea like that could be had by anybody. It wasn't the fact that he was on the idea. It was the specific ways that he put forward how it could happen, and it was almost lifted verbatim from our chat. And I remain convinced that it was plagiarized from us. But hey, have at it. If the fucking guy needs a few clicks here and there or some revenue sharing, I'm glad we could help.
Yeah, I don't ever. I see it too. There have been times where I know that some of the things that are talked about or some of the things that are discussed came from this channel, yeah. and I just see that as a form of
flattery.
Flattery, yeah. It's
Yeah. Well, and to be clear, I need to say it 2 times. It's not about the topic or about the fact that he arrived at the same idea as we had. It's about the specific turn of phrase, the phraseology, or the specific way, and sometimes even the order. All of it. If I looked at it, and I do, it's far too much to just dismiss as happenstance.
Yeah.
And I don't call them out on it though. See, I'm becoming a giver too. I'm becoming charitable. I just let it slide, move on.
So I didn't tell people about this a long time ago, but there was I did a test to see if I started talking about a specific subject matter that I knew wasn't being talked about within the community, how far the reaching would go on the subject matter. And let me tell you, it goes far. It goes really, 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 really far. So I know that there are things that are said here that have an impact on what people say other places, and so this is one of the things where I realize that like the power of what it is that I have to say is unusual, and it's not just me because I've given you guys the voice too. When you say something, it has power and meaning behind it as well, and so that's why I try to be super, super careful about what it is that I say because and I don't even do a good enough job. I should do better, but. I know that it's going to make it out other places, and so I try to be very, very careful, or what's the word I'm looking for here? Political. What does a politician do?
Discerning.
What is it?
Very discerning about what you.
That's probably the best thing to say. But I was going to say like a politician. It's like
filtered.
Yeah, all that.
Screen.
What you guys said. And it sucks because I want to say what I would feel, but it's not appropriate.
This is a safe place, Keith.
I know, but it also has weight though behind it too. You can't, and you have to realize that there's weight behind what it is that you say.
If I could have one mystery revealed to me about all this topic, I would just give anything to know how many of the other creators, YouTubers, and what have you, join us in the 8 to 9 hours a day that we're here under pseudonyms. I remain convinced that it happens, and I would give anything if there was a way to discover that. But unfortunately, there's not, so it'll just have to remain one of the great mysteries for me.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I personally find it distasteful because I'm convinced it happens, and I see it as the purest form of cowardice. Why someone would, put on a little disguise and go hide in the corner and listen to someone else, as opposed to just showing up, walking in with their name tag proudly displayed, and sitting down and joining the conversation. But enough of that.
You know, the real apes really do, though. The real apes do that. You know, they come in and they sit down and with their own, and that's
Bigums rolled in like a boss. Whether
Yeah.
you like him or dislike him, he rolled in like a fucking big boy, sat down and said, "What's up, motherfuckers?"
Yeah.
And you got to give him that. If I don't care one bit about his stream, I have nothing but mad respect for the guy for being a fucking man about it. You know, I agree with you.
Yep.
And the others, you know, Pantheon. I know he's I think he has some stuff. And
I gotta reach
I don't
out
want
to
to forget
Pantheon.
anybody.
I haven't seen him in a
Wade,
while.
I think, has a place. I don't want to forget anybody. I don't want to feel like I'm giving shout outs and then missing somebody. But I do have a lot of respect for the people who come under their own name and take ownership of their presence. The rest, they're just fucking cowards.
$9:47. 13 minutes before we take a look at the numbers. And let's see here. I'm looking through to see if there's any currently new news that I should discuss.
Besides the sweets.
Oh yeah, but I didn't. Man, I so wish I would have had the suites in my AMC. I would have loved to have tried all the different. I wonder if I could.
They make good stocking stuffers.
Do you think it's sold on their website? Hold on a second here. What if it is? If it is, I could just get it shipped to me.
This is good product placement. This is better than Metamucil.
Hold on a second here.
Yeah. Well, it's not I don't think it's merchandise.
Sign in. This information does not match what we have on file. Please click. What the heck?
Well, they do have holiday gear, by the way.
Let's see. Is it under food and drinks, maybe? No. Have fun, hon. Get that chicken.
Oh, thank you.
Do I need anything from GameStop?
That Aquaman popcorn bucket looks nice.
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Pokemon trading cards. Do you want any of those, Casey?
No.
GameStop? Oh.
Or to ask the manager how his holiday sales are. They're up year over year.
Yeah. Oh. You get a 2024 classic refillable popcorn bucket. Pay $5.49 plus tax per visit, and they'll stuff your bucket. It's true. It's right here. You pay $20.99 for the bucket.
It's not even Thanksgiving.
Oh well. So that's actually not a bad deal.
Stuffing my bucket?
Yeah.
What's the price?
That's it.
How much is it going to cost me to stuff my bucket?
So, with the one-time fee
stuffers.
Yeah, $20.99 at first, and then you bring back your bucket, and it's $5.49 each subsequent visit, and you get a free refill as well. So your unit price is going to be about $2.25 per bucket. So you could have 2 buckets of popcorn for about $5.50.
See what you did there, Frank.
What did he do?
Listen, if he can pump some extra flavoring on the popcorn.
Oh my gosh.
It tastes like burning.
I can actually send.
Yes, who's back? Welcome, censored content.
I can actually. Oh, is it censored in here? Good morning, censored. Good to see you. Oh, and Rex is back here too. Good morning,
Walk-on
Rex.
song now. That's his walk-on song is Guess Who's Back.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
You can get the AMC beanie with fur palm, an AMC rib knit scarf for those that like
Chinchilla
scarf.
fur.
Yeah. There's a lot nice these Christmas themed things like or holiday theme. We come to this place for magic. Look at all this.
This says you can deliver to your seat. Head straight to your auditorium, get comfy, and we'll deliver your order right to your seat at the time you choose. I could literally send stuff to like random people in the movie theater.
You could see, well, you could see in advance who's gonna. You have to. What do you put your seat number?
Yeah, you just have to put a seat number and.
So you have to know in advance what seats are occupied.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's not hard to do. You can just go on and look at that. Wouldn't that be funny to just send like a shit ton of stuff to like one seat?
Can you give a little gift card like when you get flowers? It says "Love KC."
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Pass it on or something like that. That would be freaking hilarious. That would be hilarious to send like just a crap ton of stuff to like one seat.
What I'd like?
What would you like?
In the theaters, what I'd like is people that brought you around more butter.
Oh,
like,
butter.
the salt and pepper
Oh,
guy at the restaurant.
yeah. So like when
I
you're
would like
half
somebody that came around, more butter, sir?
when you're halfway done with your popcorn and you
So
get down to the part that has no butter left on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you know?
You could have like these Hawaiian Tropic girls, but they're butter girls, and they come around. And they're called
Yeah, I would like
butter
squirters.
girls.
Butter
Exactly.
squirters.
This is
Butter squirters.
exactly what I was thinking about.
Oh my gosh. Did you know that
That's a stellar idea.
they have actually little cups, like condiment cups that you can actually pour butter into
I
to
was
take with
thinking
you.
about D-cup butter girls.
D-cup butter girls.
Squirter.
Okay.
Can we just call them squirters? Just make it pretty.
Yeah.
Hot butter girls.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the other thing is, these biker people, they wear those camelbacks, they sip the water out of. But if you filled it with butter and you could just pump it as you eat all over the popcorn, that's another idea. You just kind of have your own like dispenser of butter.
I was going a different direction. I thought more of
Butter
the lines
girls.
of dressing them up in little outfits and make them use those super soaker squirt guns.
Mm-hmm.
You get this, pump up that squirt gun.
This sounds. Can we have?
I was going more with that.
Okay, so first off, let me just say that, like, I'm all about equal opportunity here. There's no reason why you can't have butter guys too. Because
Yeah,
I mean, look.
Just because you're a squirter
Just
doesn't
because,
mean you're a girl.
yes, exactly. Like just
want
because
me to
you're
wear
having a good
outfit
time doesn't
for
mean your
you,
wife
please?
can't have a good time too. Like maybe the guys need to walk around too and be like, can I give you a squirt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually
In
2
fact,
doors
it
down from
adds
your
a whole
house
nother.
right now.
Yeah.
I don't think that you should just limit this to just butter girls. It could be butter guys too. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Let's be fair
Now we're
here.
getting me excited.
Cash says I'll pass on the butter guys.
I just did a search on images on Google Images for butter squirters, and most of the pictures are blurred out.
Oh, I'll bet.
I'm gonna have to do
Fra-
this in the incognito browser.
Frank says, "Did you see the straw hack where you put a straw down and slowly pull it up while buttering?" I did see it. I tried it one time. It kind of sort of works. I've actually found a better method than that I think works even better. When you order a large popcorn, ask them for a box. You can pour half your popcorn out into a box, and the butter spreads very evenly over that, and it leaves you about a half a bucket worth of popcorn left. And so you go put popcorn, and it's enough room in there to be able to shake it around, so you get nice coverage on the bottom portion. And then once you put the butter on, you go back up there, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if you're an A-list member, you get a refill on your large popcorns. So you just ask them, can you go ahead and just top me off now? And they will. They'll top you off for free. And then you go back over and you put the butter over the top portion of it, and you have butter all the way through. It's great. It's beautiful.
You know, like those cat and dog feeder water bowls that they fill up kind of on their own, you know?
Yeah, see, Frank says, and if you get the large, you can refill before the movie starts. Exactly. They have no problem
What if
refilling it.
yeah, but an easier thing might be this: they just take the this bucket that they're selling here for $25.
Which
and
one?
They build in butter reservoirs into them. So when they fill the popcorn, they fill in the butter reservoirs, and then there's like a little pump on it. So when you get down, you finish a layer of popcorn, you tap tap tap, and it squirts some of that butter. So you just got to rinse it out after each use.
I was going to do a patent pending for a product I have designed in my brain. I haven't put it on paper yet, but I think the little butter pumps, they should change those out and make it like a shower head. So you don't have to swirl your bucket around to disperse the butter.
Ooh, yeah.
When you just push the button, it comes out like a shower head.
It sprays instead of just streaming. Yeah.
So I think I could sell those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the spray would be way more popular. Even distribution.
You get a much more even distribution.
Really
you don't have to remember,
the
did I already
Butter girl?
Well, maybe the butter girl can carry the shower head, you know.
It's called an oil sprayer. They have these.
Yeah, squirters. Let's get it straight. We call them squirters. We've already settled on the name squirters.
Okay, you got it.
While you guys are on this subject matter, I'm going to go restroom number 3. I'll be right back.
Restroom number 3?
Yeah.
What is
I'm going to lose the over. We took bets on how often he was going to have to urinate since he's drinking during the business hours today. And we did it over under. I initially said 5 because I thought it was, because I think in terms of beer, but I forget he's a liquor guy. And that's so I've reduced my number to 4.
Not because I've never heard of number 3 before.
I thought 3 was like.
Oh man, everybody piled on that one. Cassius and Tendies. Everybody jumped on the 3.
I put a link there to a product that you might like. Pirate there in the Discord chat.
Have a look at that on break. I have to be real careful what I do. I'm hanging on by a thread here with my bandwidth. I've found on many occasions that if I try to log into one of my trading accounts, it shuts down my comms, it shuts down everything when I have to go through the full process. So.
Well, he's gone. We'll discuss the fact that he said he likes butter on the bottom.
Ooh, a firm bottom.
Well, I just know the few times that I did it, I had to move the bucket around in a rapid circular motion or zigzag in an effort to disperse the butter, and inevitably you end up with popcorn that's too wet and other popcorn that's dry. But if they had like a shower head where it evenly dispersed it, you'd be much more accurate in your coverage. I just like the concept.
I'm back. Play it censored. You can play it. It's okay.
No, you don't get acknowledgement.
Right.
What the hell, man? Come on, where's my entry song? What do I get?
You get the horn, man. It's supposed to be the horn. You forget.
Yeah, you're horny.
Oh, man. There it is. Yep, that's me.
I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole concept of the horn was for us to stop talking about whatever would be so inappropriate for the general population. That was it's really an effort to keep us from screwing the pooch.
Well, what do you say, numbers?
Very successful that endeavor was. We're not going to say anything inappropriate after the horn.
Exactly.
Everybody's in here talking about golden showers and stuff.
It's more like go. The horn's like, oh, the horn. Okay, let's start being inappropriate now.
Yeah.
I'm certain there's people who say, damn, if this is what constitutes holding back for this bunch, I hate to hear what they'd say if they really let it rip. Wouldn't you like to know?
Jana asked a question earlier. She said about the face on the Santa in here being a little creepy with the fact that it's see-through. And yes, it's supposed to be my face that's in there because I just don't feel like putting up the green screen so I can put my face in there. Is it that bad? Like, is it really so bad that it needs to be in there?
No, I'd like to think that it's something where you could run up behind it and stick your face in it and take your picture like you would at the entrance to Disney World or something, where if you wanted to run around behind it, stick your face up in it, and click a quick picture.
Quick pick. And by the way, this blue cardinal, which some people said is what it was, is probably the most amazing, beautiful bird I have ever seen. I love this bird. This is like my favorite bird now. I don't know what it was before, but this is it now.
You've obviously never seen an indigo bunting. You need to do a search of that bird.
Wait, did you say indigo bunting?
Yeah, the name of the bird is a bunting, and it's called indigo, which is color blue. Indigo bunting.
So the pictures that are showing up on a Google search for it really quickly are kind of mixed. This one I like because it's a darker cobalt kind of blue. This lighter blue, not so much. I'm not a fan of. Let me see what color indigo is supposed to be, because I think it's supposed to be a darker color, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should be the darker blue. Because indigo,
right.
I'm a fan of cobalt blue, but this indigo is not a bad color either. I do like indigo. But this
is cool. Last suggestion: hyacinth. HYACINTH.
Macaw.
Macaw.
Yeah.
That's if I could go buy a bird tomorrow, if I could drop $3,000 on a bird tomorrow, that's what I would bring home.
It is a very pretty bird.
Macaw.
Yep. Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
If you did that in Britain, you'd be arrested.
Who?
In Britain,
3,000 for a bird. That's like hookers.
I feel like you've never been a bird owner. It's like, they're pretty expensive.
Parrots go.
They're really expensive.
Parrots go. Most people likes the multicolored macaws, which I think they're beautiful. I mean, I do. They arguably, the ones that look like a rainbow. They're just their standard macaw parrots, but they're so common. Hyacinth is definitely different.
It's numbers time. Could you edit your face in the same? Yes. Richard, that's the way it's set up. If I put my green screen up and turn a light on in the room, I can put my face in Santa's head there. That's the way it's supposed to be, but I like the dark too much, and I just don't feel like pulling out the green screen and turning a light on for it. So just leave it blank. But it is numbers time here. Frank says, my wife just called and asked what's going on. I told her day drinking and discussing which color blue looks best on birds. Not me though. I'm working.
It's a sad commentary.
It's kind of messed up. Tell her it's riveting. Say you got the blues. That's probably a better one. That's a Danny joke. Danny, where's Danny at? I think I just came up with a Danny joke. Taking a look at the numbers for the day-to-days. Starting with off exchange by this time. Do I have guys on the right page? Yes, I do. Okay. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 56.51% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.15. The combined total 65.66, or about 5.66% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,400. And on GME, CHX volume is at 1,202. Nothing unusually large on either of those exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex an hour ago. Actually, I don't know that I updated Ortex an hour ago. I normally update this, and I don't feel like I did. So far for the day today. Hey, would you look at that? 4.22 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That is a pretty large portion of shares being borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 9.3%. Cost borrow ends at 0.51, averages 0.89, and max is 1.04. The total amount of shares increased day over day to 12.54 million shares. That's an increase of 1.79 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 537,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today coming in is $7 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 3.4 thousand contracts. It's now 5.7. And on puts, highest amount of put volume coming in is $6.50 strike. There was 1.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 2.1. That's going to cause. That's suggesting the market is suggesting that a closing price between 6.5 and 7 is very likely. That's going to be a little bit higher than what I was anticipating. Not too much, but a little bit higher. MMRI an hour ago was at 247.2 and is now at 248.31. 248.29. It's all over the place. I put 248.29 in. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield was basically 0.5%. Earlier this morning it was 0.499, which day over day is a decrease in the spread. Not by a whole lot. Orders by Fidelity customers. Did I update this yet? I don't think so. Yes, I did. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list as I scroll down through this. Kind of take a general note as to how many stocks are being bought versus sold. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $6.07. Shares available to be borrowed right now is at 5 million. That is nothing but upwards. Actually, no, there's been another 100,000 shares borrowed within the last hours. That puts us at 4.35 million shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 0.6%. We currently have 88.3 thousand contracts out of the money. Actually, I'm not going to do this. I only do that in the mornings. Looking at NASDAQ, it is up 0.31. Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.07. We have 3,530 advancers to 2,355 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Pretty big jump as well. Banks, big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 6.5% or sorry, 6.5. Where did that come from? Maybe it's because we're at 650. I don't know. And anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater for the day today is going to get a shout out. We have Coinbase up 3.86. FRC is up 23.38. And a little bit of a mix on the banks today. Some red, some green, but those are the only big movers. Mortgage-backed securities, we've got silver's up 1.25% for the day today and consolidating. Gold is down 0.3% and trending. It looks like it's trying to break the trend down right now and to an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 1.92 and consolidating after an uptrend. The US dollar is up 0.02 and getting a lot of volatility right now, but still trending up this line here for potential future breakout. Oops. Oil is up 0.37 consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.18 to 0.19 and trending down. SPY is up 0.08 and starting to consolidate after an uptrend. VIX is down 1.6 for the day-to-day, and it is trending down now. Once it got this breakout here, it tried to get back up. We're seeing a lot of volatility in the VIX right now, but it's ultimately trending down after a trend up. VBR is up 0.33, trending up. VB is up 0.28 and trending up. Tesla is up 0.26 and trending down after a trend up. Amazon is up 0.57 and turning into a trend down after it was trending up earlier. Cinemark is down 3.28 and consolidating after trend up. Doge is up 1.37 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.79 and trending up. Actually, it's consolidating after a trend up. GME is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is down 2.3 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.77 and trending down. HOOD is down 0.38, starting to trend up after initial market open down. AMC is down 2.6 and currently consolidating between 652 and 664. I was expecting a closing price for the day-to-day between 641 and 652. So I am expecting to see us to drop down into that range in there and trade somewhere in this range by the end of the day today. We are starting to kind of break out of that consolidation period that we saw after the market opened down. We are starting to move to the bottom side of that and maybe breaking the trend here in a little bit. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. We have 7.05 million shares traded so far for the day today after an hour and 2 minutes. Putting us at a pace. Did I say an hour and 2 minutes? I meant 102 minutes. Sorry. The total pace that we're on right now for the day today is at 26.95 million shares. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, so we are on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.77, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.65, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.52, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.16, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big trip. Thank you, thank you. Get that back up on the screen. All right, cool. Trending Up says, if you get a macaw, you will need to put them in your will as to who you want to inherit and care for 50 years of life.
Yeah, they live a long time.
Yeah, Trending Up. I don't ever... You guys, for some of you who have been around for a while, you remember when we had a bird in this house, and that thing would just chirp all day long. I don't know. My sanity was massively tested during that period of time when we had a bird in this house. I don't know if I could put up with it. I just can't... I can't deal with that, like, constant, like, just... It's just terrible. Even if it's just little tweets, it's still horrible. So I'm a big no on that. Jack says, yes, Casey, give Santa head.
Gonna say you put up with us running the bird.
Wait, what's that?
I said, you put up with us. What makes you think you couldn't handle another bird?
Dude, it's not even close to the same. Like, don't even try to compare people to bird. It's just terrible.
I mean, I work with them quite a bit. Pet store. I mean, they're not too bad. I like them more than I like the customers.
I've never had a problem walking into a pet store, but I can walk out. You know?
I couldn't have a parrot or a cockatiel or maybe even a toucan. I'd tend to go with the have a big cage and have like 100 little finches in it, like a whole flock of those little tiny ones.
It's nice. I mean, you can walk out of a store. You get to quit at the end of the day and go home and relax. But when you're in your own home and you have something violating your ears on a constant basis, and there is no escape. Like going to work is an escape, but you don't go to work. It's rough, man. It's really rough.
If you have a screened enclosure in Florida, they have the screened enclosures over in-ground swimming pools, and if you live there, you can leave the birds. You can even let them fly in there, and you can have them. And it's like having a big aviary, but you don't have the double doors, obviously. The problem with northern Florida is it gets too cold in the winter, and I'd have to bring the loud bastard in the house, and for that reason alone, I passed on it. I might revisit it someday.
Dry cut.
If I lived down around Key West or southern Florida where I could leave the bird outside 24/7, I would definitely have a few.
Drycroft says to look up a golden pheasant, and I did. Very pretty. I guess I should show it. Hold on a second. Some people are putting a likening of Donald Trump on there to the golden pheasant.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are spectacular. We had Mrs. Pirate Chicken Coop. She had what was called golden laced Wyandottes, and the roosters were quite spectacular. They had like a green, blue tail and a golden body, hence the name golden laced Wyandotte. But they had this big, magnificent red crown and wattle, and her rooster was something to see for you chicken or farm pet people. Golden laced Wyandotte.
My wife, in her past, had owned a rooster, and she said it always used to attack her.
Oh yeah, they're mean pricks, sucker punchers too. They get you when you ain't looking.
Yeah, I don't think that I would like that either.
When Mrs. Pirate would go into the chicken coop to collect the eggs, my son's job, they had a broom handle, and their job was to defend her. Because the rooster would try to come to the defense of his flock, and so as she would gather the eggs, the boys would have to knock hell out of the rooster to keep him away.
That just sounds wrong.
I can't stop myself. I'm sorry, but Pirate, did you just say that your wife has a nice cock?
Yeah, magnificent. Oh man, I stepped right in that one, didn't I? Yeah.
I was gonna make a joke along the lines of beating up a cock with a wooden rod. Jesus, that was a good one, bro.
There you go. How about it?
That's messed up.
I deserve it. I stepped right into that one.
Did you have a name for it?
I don't know, but it had a red head.
Come on, Pirate. Come on. What was this name? What was this name?
Wife had one of those small blow up pools like you get for little toddlers, and she would get in it with the boys, and they were in one of those blow up swimming pools, and a big sudden wind come up, and the chickens literally blew the chickens up off the ground. They can't fly, but they can glide a little bit. One of the hens landed in the pool. Of course, the wet hen is raising hell, and then that brought the rooster to its defense. He thought that the wife and kids were drowning the hen, so he came running. Meanwhile, the wife screaming and hollering, and it was like the Keystone Cops.
You know that rooster had a name. What was his name?
I can't remember, man. I'll have to ask them. I'm alone right now, but when they come out, I'll have to ask them. But we had the same one. See, we let a lot of our birds hatch, so it wasn't uncommon for her to have 20 little pullets that would peep, and then by statistically half of those will be what they call cockerels. But we would sell them. You only need one male. So she would sell all the cockerels, and they'd use them for certain recipes. But I can't remember the name of that thing. He was a mean bastard, though. They have a spur. A rooster has feet, three toes, and a little foot. But if you look up on his leg about 3 or 4 inches up, they have what's called a spur, and it's literally a spike that sticks out. And that's how they try to kill one another. But if they puncture you with that thing, I had one of them stick me real good, and I couldn't walk right for 2 days. Did it again, didn't I? As soon as it came out of my mouth, I heard it. I thought. Yeah,
it's only getting worse.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop now. Time for numbers. Is it time for numbers?
How do you like your butter on your popcorn?
Yeah. Well, they took that when they named our shower head the Golden Shower.
Did it come when you called it?
Nope. I ain't saying no more about it. I'm not going to engage in any more talk about my wife's cock.
Come on. Oh man, she's probably secretly listening to this while she's driving around right now, and she's probably had to pull over. She can't stop from the tears that are rolling out of her eyes.
Don't tell him it was a black cock.
BBC.
Well, yeah. Oh boy.
We're not talking.
My heart's racing for you here. I feel excited for you.
I'm like the guy that took one on the chin. He went down and just stayed down for the 8 count, and I got back up only to be knocked right back down again. I need the standing 8 count this time.
It's the half gummy that you took earlier. That's got to be what it is. I know.
Yeah.
My one drink that I've had.
It showed my soft underbelly. Yeah. My Achilles heel.
That one scale on the dragon's skin that was missing. Showing.
I'll have to have the other half of that gummy then to try to balance the scales.
Frank says it probably tasted better with Grey Poupon.
Yeah, fuck you too, Frank.
With love.
Yeah.
If you keep topping it off, it still counts as one drink.
It's a good concept. I like that concept.
So in my older age, I've found that the quantity of cans of soda that I go through to drink has been diminished. So the quantity of alcohol per cup has gone up to reduce the amount of intake of carbonated drinks that I have to get this desired effects. So I usually only have to have one drink. It's plenty. Nice and strong. The ratio is probably 1/3 alcohol to Dr. Pepper product. 1 can. I have no idea how many shots that is. If I had to guess, it's probably in the range of like 2 to 3 shots. But it's good though. It's good. It's a good buzz. Currently, we're down 2.27% for the day today at $6.59. Overall, the market is trending upwards. Well, it's really consolidating right now, but it was trending upwards. Starting to stall out a little bit. The overall price movement is down for the day today in the direction that I suspected that it would be, but we never got the spike that I thought we might see in the beginning portion of the day to close out $7 call contracts, which is kind of making me wonder what the heck's going to happen before the end of the week's over here, because if we close below $7, below 650. If we close below 650 before the week's out, then we're going to have a bunch of puts that are going to be in the money, and perhaps maybe just a bunch of call contracts that expire worthless, which is kind of unusual.
I was talking about getting rid of those roosters. Casey, have you ever had the French dish coca vin?
Nope.
It's what they make. They use roosters. The meat from a rooster is tougher, too tough to eat like a roasting hand or a fryer. But it's a real fancy French dish. I think they use red wine instead of grease to fry it in. Probably wouldn't care for it because it has mushrooms in it.
Yeah, if it's got mushrooms, I'm not eating it. I don't even know if I've ever been in a restaurant that has it listed.
I mean, I'm sure you can make coca vin, but not have the mushrooms. Just cook it in the wine with the shallots.
Have you ever been to a really fancy restaurant before where you asked to not have like an ingredient like mushrooms in it? Like you asked to have it taken out? Have you ever seen like the response that you get back?
No, I can imagine it probably wouldn't be real well now that you mention it.
Yeah, they literally go like
frown on that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the chef.
I always tell them
the chef puts mushrooms in it to make it the way that it should taste.
I tell them it's an allergy, and you'll make them feel like.
You should order something different if you don't like.
Bottle of ketchup.
It's just like it's almost like it's too much to ask for. You know, it's like, you know, they make you feel like it's just a problem that you don't like mushrooms, but really what it is I feel like they just don't want to take it out because they didn't make any without it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and they make so much of those sauces in bulk. You're probably right. Well, if you and Melissa decide to prepare coca vin,
see how that goes.
I've never even tried. I want to try that now.
Coca vin at home, just have you and Melissa just don't prepare it with the mushrooms.
I don't remember where Melissa and I were at one time, but we went out someplace and I asked for A1 steak sauce and she gave me hell. She's like, you don't need A1 steak sauce if it's good steak like this. I think it's pretty much essentially what she said. And I was like, I like the taste. It tastes good.
Exactly. You shouldn't have to apologize for what you like.
Well, no, but it's really not about like trying to make it taste better. It's just that I like the A1 flavor, and it doesn't really make the steak better. It just gives it a different flavor. I don't know. Whatever. We got about 30 more minutes left here before we take a look at the numbers again for the day today, and I'm going to go through and see if there's any current news coming out on AMC. We do have an article here saying AMC Elkhart 14 permanently closes doors. That was one day ago by WNDU. reported. I'm not sure where Elkhart is. It sounds north, east, or western. It sounds northern. It sounds like Alaska. Elkhart. Where's that at?
Probably in Indiana.
Yep. Elkhart, Indiana. You're right. It says it has permanently closed its Elkhart location. AMC confirms on its website the movie theater on Caspolis Street has closed its doors. Instead, viewers are directed to AMC's nearest location in South Bend, near Chippewa. It just sounds like out of a movie. Residents will likely now have to drive to South Bend, Mishawaka, or Goshen to see first release films.
Oh man, now we're talking about the Amish territories. This is cool.
The Amish are going to have to travel? Is that what you're saying? Or I'm confused.
No, that's the Amish area, like Shipshawana. All that area has all the Amish with their buggies. Have you ever been out that way?
Are you telling me Amish people watch movies? Is that what you're telling me?
No, Shipshawana and Washahaka, that's a Amish, like Amish area.
This literally
Like
sounds
when we
like
travel up north to Michigan.
this sounds like Wanahaka
We have to drive
Loogie.
through that, and we get behind the buggies. Wanahaka Loogie.
Is this really? This is
That part of the country is they're famous for production of campers. You see the little tow behind the RVs, recreational vehicles, little, and even the Class A's and diesel pushers and stuff.
And fireplaces.
Elkhart, Indiana. Yeah.
Let's see here. Elegantly Wasted says, I almost hit the Amish buggy while doing an RV training up there.
What the hell was RV training?
Well, I would imagine that when you're getting a class, what is it, C? Is it C class license you have to have for an RV? I can't remember. I always forget which one's which.
You don't have to have any, you know.
No, you do. If you get one of those really big RVs, you gotta have a different class license for it.
Maybe in Texas.
No, I'm telling you. Like, hold on a second here. Let me look it up.
You're confusing it with a CDL, commercial driver's license.
I'm pretty sure you have to have a.
Have another drink, buddy. Just go have another.
I could have sworn you. Which must be.
I know. Have another drink.
Maybe.
Well, the only the only reason I thought I knew this was because my grandfather got a big RV once when I was younger, and he had to have a special license for it. I'm pretty sure.
Nope, you remember wrong, but that's okay. We all do that.
Most states do not require a special license for RVs weighing under 26,000 pounds or towed vehicles under 10,000 pounds.
Right.
Let's see here. It says most. That's not all.
Industry has too big a lobby. They'd never allow that to happen. It would be another hurdle that someone had to cover, and they would never allow that to happen. They'd spare no expense to prevent that. Private vehicle. That's why you see 18-wheelers, Deb, and see guys that take a Kenworth Freightliner, pick your poison, and they put not for hire on it, all that stuff, because it's all about weight. 26,000 pounds is the reason they say 26,000 pounds is that's the threshold for what's considered a commercial vehicle by weight. So if you own a company, you'll see guys that have company trucks. They never buy a truck that weighs more than 26,000 pounds because if they do, they have to have CDL drivers. Otherwise, anybody can drive a company pickup truck. but to drag a camper around or drive a Class C, the little ones that look like a van body with a camper on it. So those don't require a special license. In fact, you can go rent them. You can go to Hurt and Rental right now and rent yourself an RV and have at it for a month. Tear hell out of it and bring it back. Just buy the insurance on it before you leave.
Well, maybe have the rules changed at some point in time?
No, I think you just got confused a little bit with the commercial driver's license because everything you said is accurate for commercial. I'm well familiar with it. I literally paid to have my guys go take licenses. I had to pay. I'm quite familiar with how the CDL system works. You just confused a little bit. I could easily see how you would, though, because it's similar.
Because I felt like the extremely large RVs, especially if you were towing, met the requirements for needing to have like and it wasn't a commercial driving license that you needed, but you had to have.
Capital,
I could have sworn you had to have a different kind of license for it. Well, I don't know then. I don't know what kind of training you would be talking about then in regards to that. Who knows?
So the only thing I was hoping he might answer, maybe I could have been a little nicer about how I asked him, but it may be that they offer some kind of class, like Winnebago may say, people say, man, I'd like to buy one of these, but I'm scared to drive it. Then they may have some sort of a course. I could probably see that happening. No worries, man. We'll send you to our factory where we make these, and we teach you a free course. You can drive one. I could see a program like that existing.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Dre says, "Yo, good morning, Casey from Palm Springs. What does the new 8K filing mean to us apes?" I would go back and watch either the beginning of the live stream or after the market open in the live stream. I cover it in great detail. It doesn't really mean anything to us specifically, other than the fact that institutions are taking on ownership of shares of AMC shares in return of closing out debt that AMC had.
Yeah,
There is a article that I'm seeing right now that says, "Here's a sweet deal. AMC Theaters launches its own line of chocolate-covered treats," and it's based off of the article, or not I think the press release that AMC put out on the sweets, which I think I put in the link. I should have. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to post up the link again to the AMC article or press release. And I'll pin it to the top so you guys can just click on it if you need to. Let's see, put that up here. And this is going to be, what I'm pinning up to the top here is basically just AMC's press release on the suite, the formal announcement of the suites that they're selling in the store, in the theaters. Earlier this morning, we did have the Benzinga article that came through stating that Global Box Office 2024. Okay, the title is actually correctly labeled. It says Global Box Office 2024 to decline 5% in 2023. It's so weird. Let me show you guys this. This is insane how they put this in here. It's like they had they had some kind of aneurysm as they were writing the title. Global Box Office 2024 to decline 5% in 2023. So I feel like maybe there should be a comma after the 5%, and then it's in 2023. Bad news for AMC Cinemark ? Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. All I know is that the way this reads, it kind of makes it seem like they're saying that 2023 we're going to have a 5% decline, but they're saying 2024 we will. Let's see here. Here's another article by Seeking Alpha about the gourmet candy that AMC has released. And one more article by the Huntsville talking about the candy release as well. So there we are getting a little bit of press on the gourmet premium candy that's being released out by AMC, which is good. CPR sent me a message about a stock big crash incoming. I'll take a look at that on my break. We got about 20 more minutes before we go through the numbers. Deb says, Casey, I typoed the name of the song yesterday. The name is Sold, and it is, I guess, a country song. To me, it's just cute and a numbers song kind of thing. I think you'd enjoy it. Well, I'm playing...
yeah, she brought that up yesterday, Casey, and she had the wrong thing, and I have to give her credit for this. She's well aware of your aversion to country music, but it's more in keeping with the whole auction. We started playing the auction numbers when you do numbers, and it's a really funny little catchy song, and it's done in a country style, but it's about an auction and the numbers. And I got to agree with her. She was trying to do you a solid by recommending it. So
I got you.
Take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Deb. It's a cool auction song, and maybe he should consider it.
Until Christmas is over, I want to probably stick to Christmas songs this week. Next week, going into next week, we can take a look at something like that.
Listen, we all know that the mere mention of the word country music makes you break out in hives.
It's not.
Your hair starts to fall out.
No.
Palpitated breathing. You get a fucking irregular
It's
heartbeat.
not like Mariah Carey's Christmas song. It's not like reggae music for me. It's just the twang in country. Just I don't like it. I'm not a real big fan of twang.
We know you, man. We know
but
you.
I'm not like it's. I don't have an aversion to it like I do like Mariah Carey's Christmas song though.
Well, despite your allergic reaction that will result, I stand by her recommendation. There are times when, even though it falls into the country genre, I think it's good. It could be included. But hey, you're the captain of this ship. We ride. Serve at your pleasure.
Trending Up says, I added cinnamon to my brewed coffee. Very good. Thanks for the suggestion. You're absolutely welcome. I'm glad that it worked for you. I know it didn't work for some other people, mainly because I think they might have gotten confused that I was saying a sprinkle of cinnamon for a pot full of coffee, and they actually used a sprinkle of cinnamon for a cup full of coffee, which is way too much. So make sure you get that right. And Casey lives in the land of twang. Well, I didn't come from the land of twang, though. I'm actually kind of a transplant. I spent the first, probably, I don't know. I'm trying to remember when we moved back to DC, but I spent probably the first, I don't know, 5 years of my life in California. And then we moved back to Washington, D.C. So I went from West Coast to East Coast, and I was in D.C. until 1987-ish. 87 or 88. Probably 88. I think we left in 88. And then I went back to the West Coast again in 88, 89, going forward. When I graduated high school in 94, I almost immediately, by 95 or by 96, I moved up to Eugene, Oregon, so I was in the Northwest. So I've kind of been on both sides of the country, never really in the middle too much until I think I moved to Texas here in about 2012 or 2011. So I've been here for 10 or 13 years, somewhere around there. And so this is kind of like my first. This is a quarter of my life that I guess that I've lived here now. Yeah, I did say trans, Hayden. Hayden! Just want to ask you a question, man. How's all those illegal aliens you're transporting around going for?
Yeah, man.
You want to talk
What
about?
the fuck,
You want to talk about? We've been waiting
care
for
to
you to
explain
show
yourself?
up. Yeah, what's going on here, man?
Yeah.
I hear you're shipping illegal
to
aliens all
explain
over the
yourself?
place. What's going on?
What the? Yeah.
You have
You
no
guys are
room to
like
talk anymore,
fucking-
sir.
Yeah. Time to come down off of your high horse. We found out what Delta's been up
Well, I
to.
mean, whoever it is that's up to it.
Moving the country, keeping the country moving, all that shit. All you guys are doing is taking all the illegal immigrants and spreading them out throughout our country like mold spores.
My Allegiant may be the dumpster diving of all airlines out there, but hey, who's transporting people? Who? What the heck's going on? Oh,
He's
man.
like, did they buy a ticket? Somebody bought it. I think we paid for it.
Somebody must have.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Do you think the Spy will flash crash once it gets into the 480 to 490 ranges? It's hard to say. So I really don't know when exactly it'll happen. I mean, that's like asking, the dynamics behind what supports the market and what doesn't support the market. It's going to be a lot of it's going to be involved upon how much, how long institutions can kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Kind of like give like a false narrative for. If we take away all the junk here and on the Spy and we just kind of take a look at it, a lot of this is very unnatural movement that's been happening in here. And if you look at the actual amount of stocks that are moving up in the Spy, this shouldn't be moving the way that it is. The Spy is being overinflated in value. Will we see a flash crash at some point? Probably. But when you start asking me like specific numbers, like when or where, it's hard to say. It's really, really, really difficult to say. I don't know if it'll go that high, but I've been wrong before in regards to somebody asked me if we would see the Spy at new all-time highs ever again in the near future. And I didn't think that there was any way that was going to be the case. But in order to get it to this point, very drastic actions have been taking place in regards to specific stocks that are like mega caps and propping them up, fluffing them up so that they can cause the Spy to move up in value. So it's this is a very unnatural movement that's been going on in here, and you can see here also. I've got this on a daily chart here, and the number 9 that you're seeing popping up on this is telling you that you should see a reversal in price movement and never actually getting a reversal in price movement. Like 2 different times it's flagged 9 different days where the price is closed up higher without getting a reversal. Twice. This is very, very, very unusual. And I don't know how much longer it can last for, but you can see the Bollinger Bands that I've got set up here are massive, meaning that price could, when it does decide to correct, it could come crashing down as fast as it went up, or faster, because it's got a lot of room to be able to move within these Bollinger Bands here. It's a good question. I just don't know if I can answer it.
You know, when I Google Delta Airlines, all I see is passenger preferred high highest rated business airline in the country. That's all I say.
Oh man.
I did not realize that we were
To be
working.
fair, man. To be fair, we get it that you don't get to decide who gets to ride. We understand.
Yeah.
I didn't
we just
realize
want-
we were the premier airline of immigration services also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just read it. I just found out like yesterday, I think it was. I had no clue, but I just found out about it. Apparently there's a whole
Yeah.
I guess there's a bit of people who are kind of angry about that, but whatever, who cares?
Yeah, that's
Well, I
news
mean,
to me.
It's fair to bring up.
I've never quite understood. I understand the people getting on these trains and they're migrating to the borders and this and that. But I've often wondered, because I fly down south quite a bit, is that, you really just have to, people travel everywhere. I'm surprised people just don't, for as much as they were paying, they say, for those coyotes to get people across the border. You could probably just buy an airline ticket on any airline and make your way into the country.
You've flown to Hawaii, right? You've flown to Hawaii, right?
As funny as this sounds, never.
Really?
Nope.
Wow. I'm surprised.
Never gone across the, not even halfway across the ocean. I'm pretty much domestic.
Is there any island chain that you ever have flown to before? Bahamas?
Just the stuff in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Caribbean stuff. Yeah.
Have you ever seen what you would maybe consider to be and I'm going to say bum because that's the era that I come from, but I guess maybe technically I should call him a homeless person. Have you ever seen a homeless person get onto a plane before heading down to the Bahamas?
No.
Because my thought process on this is I've been to Hawaii a couple different times in my life. And I always used to think to myself, like, if you were down and out and you had like $500, I mean, this is back when I was thinking this, it was about $500 for a ticket. I don't know what it is now for a one-way ticket to Hawaii, but back then it was about $500. And I thought, if you were down and out and you ran out of money and you decided, hey, I'm going to end up being a bum. And if I'm going to be a bum, I'm going to be a bum in Hawaii. Because really and honestly, like, that's probably the best place you could possibly go to be a bum because it's beautiful. There's lots of people there who are willing to help you out. Because they're nice, and like, it's paradise. Like, you can't really go wrong.
San Diego, man.
San Diego ain't bad. That's a good choice too, probably, right? Like, and so if you're down to your last $500, you go spend it on a one-way ticket to board a plane to Hawaii, and you get off and you just start making your way to, Waikiki Beach or something like that, and you bum it. And so, why not? I'm surprised you haven't seen that before.
No.
San Diego seems like it'd be a golden shot. If you need to go down south to get dental work done, you got that taken care of.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a few people downtown that are homeless, a lot by the water. But I've always thought San Diego, of all the places, it gets really chilly. I wouldn't pick San Diego. It gets kind of cold.
Well, in the beginning, these flights, they were all done late at night. And it was done in the early hours of the morning to keep as many eyes away from it as possible. My only question was, why, if it's all on the up and up, why the need for the secrecy? Now it seems like now they're flying during the daylight hours now, and I don't think there's as big an effort. I guess because they've gotten away with it for so long that they're like, hell, we'll just might as well let them go through the normal daylight flight times as well. But my whole thing is, if the Americans if the general public's okay with this, and if our lawmakers are all okay with this, why there's this giant need to try to cloak it all? Just curious.
I've never seen anything like that. And probably my plane would do that kind of stuff because it's a narrow body. But I've never seen anything like that. Now I've seen, and it's not abnormal, people coming up from south and not having luggage, but using garbage bags. Don't have luggage. They just put their clothes in garbage bags, and here that's their carry-on. I've seen that a bit, And that to me is not abnormal. It's not one person. I'll see 10, 15 sometimes.
Well, I know we refrain from talking politics on here, and we try not to get into any divisive subjects, and I might be naive on this, but I'd like to think out of the 200 people in here, or the supporters, that this is beyond politics. This is more. This whole concept isn't about politics. It's about a sovereign nation and this crazy thing that we're seeing right now. It's just an amazing thing. It's an amazing migration of so many people, and it's going to change the country in profound ways. And to pretend it's not happening, I think is just wrong. So.
Yeah, those lines I saw yesterday where they showed on the national news was like 200 people per every border agent. I was like, it was like watching people enter a football stadium. I just went, wow.
The simple fact of the matter is there was no plan in place for this. They did this ad hoc. This just kind of came. It was done with no forethought.
What did you add?
And no plan. These people are just ending up. They're being stored places. They're being.
Come on, man. I want to go back to your rooster
and all that. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm getting a little too dark and ugly. We can go back to talking about.
I want to get back to your rooster there for a second.
Stuff.
Where the heck is Yucca at? Why isn't he here yet? What's the deal?
As we should.
I'm a little disappointed. I missed the. My ears weren't even ringing this morning, from this height. I'm a little disappointed with my own recognition of being slammed.
Yeah, it was. I was like, when I saw it yesterday, I was like, oh, we got something for Hayden here.
and I was actually went down south yesterday. I was Jamaica. Went down to Montego Bay yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Just got me another one. I'm going to make myself an ace today, Hayden.
Oh.
I'm telling you, it's going to happen today for me. It is going to happen. I just got my solid 3.
Looking for 2 more?
Three confirmed kills for the day. It's 11 o'clock.
Your wife's boyfriend says...
It gives me till 1,500 hours to get 2 more.
Anyone heard about the AMC and Amazon customer Prime deal? Why no announcement? Somebody came in yesterday talking about that, where it was something about like 2 free tickets and a bucket of large popcorn or something like that. I don't know the details behind it. I haven't heard anything about it other than somebody coming in asking about it. And to which my response is the more people we get into the movie theaters, the more money that's spent on both movie tickets and also concessions. So whatever it takes to get people in the seats is what it takes. And for my family, as an example, you could save me the price of 2 ticket seats, which is probably about $28. A bucket of popcorn, which I think is somewhere around like $10 or so, or around there, right? So we're looking at like $40. Like 2 seats and a popcorn is $40 savings. When I normally spend for my family somewhere probably close to between $160 and $180. So saving me $40 off of that still going to have me yield. The company's still going to net profit $120 off of me as an individual bringing my family. And if it means the difference between do I go to some other movie theater to watch the movie or do I save $40 by going to AMC, I'll take the $40 savings because that's $40 less out of my pocket. So
see, that was a shill talking point that was passed out. One guy, we vaporized him for it because it wasn't like he was just trying to bring us some knowledge of some new event or new product that was out. It was immediately how it was going to bankrupt the company because we're giving shit away. It didn't take them long to start out with it, and so I'm quite convinced that this is a talking point that's been passed out for more fuckery.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no more than that. Yeah.
I see it, but
Casey,
I'm still gonna say it.
Did you try the raisins, the pretzels when you went to Wonka?
Dude, they didn't have them in my movie theater. They said they were waiting for the shipment still to come in, so I didn't get any. Did you try?
I was on that San Antonio later. I went to the Riverwalk in San Antonio. I went to that IMAX to see if I could get some candy, and they said they weren't getting it till I think they said they were getting the week of Christmas. They were expected to get it.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed, but I'll get them when I do get them in my movie theater. I'll grab one of each and bring them into the channel and eat them. Let you know.
I love raisins. I'm always a raisinette fan.
Yeah, that's not bad. I think out of the four, I'll probably like the pretzels the most, but that's only because sometimes I'll buy a beer while I'm at the movie theater, so it kind of goes hand in hand.
I love chocolate covered pretzels too. I just don't know how many I could eat.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same way. So, but I'll pick up all four and I'll bring them home and open them up here live and go through and taste them and let you know my honest opinion. I won't hold back on you guys. If I don't like it, I'll be like, this is crap for me. But my taste buds and your taste buds might be different. So some people like mushrooms, some people don't.
I love pretzels. It's like we watched the UFC Saturday. We made a Costco run and they've got those large pretzels that you can bake in the oven. Oh my God. I can't even imagine putting a little chocolate dip on those.
Did you say UFC?
Yeah. Yeah, we watched.
Oh, buddy, I think I found a new watch party, pal.
Oh yeah, we watch it every. Sometimes we'll watch the fight nights just because they're free, but Hayden brings between about 9 and 11 of his fellas over, and we're down in the basement watching the UFC prelims and then the main card.
Did you see that Bryce Mitchell knockout, man? That was nasty.
Yeah, it did. that did not look good.
No, it didn't.
No, he couldn't. I still think they should have just taken him off the stretcher. His legs did not look good.
Yeah, man, he was convulsing pretty bad. That was hard to watch. I'm surprised the cameraman even turned to him.
We're big Sugar Sean fans, so they're down in. I just got the email that's going to be in Miami, so we're thinking maybe we could take a pilgrimage down to Miami.
Your wife's boyfriend. Sorry, guys. Let me interrupt real quick here. Your wife's boyfriend. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the idea that somebody would suggest that any kind of deal that Amazon's working out with AMC, where we get more people into movie theaters is a bad thing. That's what we're talking about. The idea that you brought up or asking questions about whether or not we've heard anything about it or not is not what we're talking about.
No. I put a clarity statement in there. I said it was referring to the guy yesterday who was banned because he came in hot and it was real negative right off the bat. And then he just, after about 3 or 4 posts, he revealed himself as just doing nothing else but talking shit. And he was just using that as his talking point.
Yeah.
You just got caught up in that discussion there. Your wife guy or whatever.
Your wife's boyfriend. You can say it. It's okay to say your wife's boyfriend.
Yeah, your wife's boyfriend. Yeah.
What do you mean my wife's boyfriend? Your wife's boyfriend.
Your wife's boyfriend.
No, your wife's boyfriend.
No disrespect your way whatsoever. It just spurred the comments from the topic.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah. JM says the Amazon Prime thing isn't exclusive to AMC either. Amazon does this with other theaters as well, just Amazon movies. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt your guys' little fantasy friendship with Fight Club.
Wow. That has some J over
Yeah, y'all need to go get your own back of the Big Tramp.
I guess we'll step out of the Big Tramp and
Yeah,
talk on our own.
You need to have your own little private discussion elsewhere.
Wow. That's okay, Casey. We can invite you next time, buddy.
You know what? And maybe I'll accept.
Cut you in.
Maybe I'll accept. I'm willing to. No, I'm not. I will probably accept. I'm just trying to be nice here. I've never really been into the whole like fighting stuff. I'm not I just don't really. I don't know. I'm just not into it. Highway Frog says those are fighting words, Casey. I know, I was teasing. Chill out, guys. Chill out. Wrestling's fake.
Oh my God, that was funny. That was funny.
And now I'm gonna offend a whole new group of
Chill
people
out, calm down, just relax. Wrestling's fake.
here. Oh boy. How many people can I offend here in a couple of comments? Let's see here. You wait. Watch this count. There it is. There it is. Your wife's boyfriend's already throwing up the shade. I knew it was. You give it like 10 seconds, enough time for it to get through to people and them to type it in, and all of a sudden, wait a god dang minute.
Say something about maple syrup, bitch! I dare you.
It's thin.
All offended and shit.
It's thin. It's very, very thin. That maple syrup. And and hockey sucks too. I'm actually really teasing about that one. That's not true. I actually really do enjoy hockey. It's probably one of the few sports I actually like watching anymore.
Are you ready for round 3?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
Round 3, go.
Hockey's literally. You should. This is when you should have played your plagiarized national anthem. Go ahead, play your national anthem real quick for me here. I want to hear it. I think I've heard it before somewhere. I'm not sure which one came first.
Tell me what you gonna do, what you gonna do. Yeah. Bad boys, what you gonna do when they come for you?
Happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm good. Well, I'll stop. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here since I've offended so many people already. Moving on.
That was going to be one of my songs for trivia. You've ruined it now.
Oh, I would have gotten that one like so instantly. It's not even funny. Actually, I don't. Who sings it though? I know it's Bad Boys, but who sings it? I have no idea.
I don't know. Some Canadian.
No, it's not. Get out of here. Whatever.
Oh yeah, we do all the good music.
Well, they were virtually unheard of until they did the movie Cops, and it became the theme song.
You take your Alanis Morissette and just go get out of here.
Oh man.
Oh man. I used to really not like Alanis Morissette, and more recently, I don't know why, but some of the songs that that Thank You song came up the other day in I don't know where it came up at. So it came up somewhere, and I went back and I re-listened to the song, and I love it so much.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Talented.
I don't know why I feel like it's like it took me time to realize that there was something more there than however I viewed it when I was younger. I don't know. It makes me feel the same way about like Sinead O'Connor. There was something more there, and I was just too young and stupid to realize that there was something important being said. I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Getting back into the numbers. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Is that right? No, 62%. We have 55 point. Wait, hold on. Let me refresh this. That's not what I want. We have 55.36% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.55. The combined total 64.91%, or about 1. No, that's not right. 2.91% less than what it is I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,400 shares going through that exchange. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is sitting at 1,319. Nothing unusually large on either of those two. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 4.22 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 4.38 million shares. But they're returning shares and closing short interest. BS. This is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.31%. The cost to borrow min is at 0.51. The average is 0.9 and max is 1.04. The total amount of shares on loan for the day today is sitting at 12.45 million shares. That's approximately 1.79 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 0.537 or 537,000 shares of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, if they load up correctly, which they look like they're trying. As of an hour ago, at a $7 strike, there was 5.7 thousand shares, or 5.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day. I'm going to have to reset this. I can't read this. This is just, I can read it. I can read it barely. Can you guys read it? Let me see. It's so hard to read. I gotta move
Can't
my...
get past the whisper. I'm stuck way back at the whisper.
You're still, still whispering at you. Total amount of shares in volume so far for the day-to-day highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. An hour ago it was 5.7. It's now 9,000 contracts. Highest amount of puts an hour ago was at a $6.50 strike. There was 2.1 thousand contracts. It's now 5,000 contracts. Market is still suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $6.50 and $7. Moving on, MMRI an hour ago was at 248.29. It is now at 247.9. The difference between the 2-year and 10-year yield this morning was 0.499, or basically 0.5% when I looked at it. And orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC or GME on this list. As I scroll through it, I want you to just take notice of how many stocks are actually over a 50% buy to sell ratio. If you see more red than you see green, it's probably more selling going on than buying. AMC and GME are not on the list. Do I go through that too fast when I scroll through it? Is that too quickly? Do I need to go through it slower?
I usually just listen for you to say what's included, whether AMC is on it or not. And then I kind of look at the red and green colors, but I don't really focus on the numbers. But then again, I'm just a drunken pirate.
Okay. SSR trips today for AMC at $6.07. Total amount of shares available to borrow is at 5 million shares. That's in the last hour. That has not changed, and fees are at 0.6%. In total for the day today, we've seen about 4.35 million shares having been borrowed. NASDAQ is up 0.27, Dow Jones is up 0.16, and the S&P 500 is up 0.11. We have 3,526 advancers to 2,399 decliners. The market is pretty much doing exactly what it was 35.30 an hour ago. It's 35.27 now, so it's like there's like 3 less than there was advancing an hour ago. So it's pretty much the same thing as what it was. Of the Mag 7, only one stock is in the red. The rest are in the green for the day today, and kind of sort of in the green. One of them is doing really well. Big bank movers for the day today. We have Coinbase up 3.1. I'm only going to read off anything 2.5% or higher for the day today in a change, and that does include Coinbase, which is at 3.1% up. FRC is up 23.38. And that's the end of it. Silver is up 1.22 and consolidating for the day today. Gold is down 0.31, also consolidating after a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 1.64 and trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.14 and trending up currently. Oil is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.21 to 0.23 and consolidating, although Vanguard's looks like it's starting to trend up a little bit here. SPY is up 0.13 and also starting to break the consolidation trend into an uptrend. VIX is down 1.52 and trending down. VBR is up 0.41 and consolidating after trend up. VB is up 0.34, consolidating after trend up. Tesla is down 0.37 and trending down. Amazon is down up 0.29 but trending down. Cinemark is down 3.28 and consolidating after an uptrend. Doge is up 0.72 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 2.01 trending down. GME is up 0.25 and consolidating after an uptrend. Actually, a little bit of a downtrend. HYMC is down 2.33 and trending down. NCMI is up 0.13 and starting to break the downtrend it was into an uptrend. Hood is down 0.19 and consolidating after a downtrend. And AMC is down 2.45 and on a very slow downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $1.9 million. No, it's, what am I saying here? It's not 1.9. $2.4 million more inflow than outflow. 8.6 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 167 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for about 20 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.77, which is slightly below average. No, it's below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 28.44, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 41.93, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. And let's see here. AMC trading barely above support for 20 days now. What do you think we should be? Where do you think we should be going from here? I think they're targeting 625. If you go and listen to the intro that I had for this morning, I talk about it quite a bit. So I would recommend looking at the intro. A lot of times, if you guys ever want to know, like, because I get this quite often, and I don't really like answering the question like a long-term outlook as to where we're going in price, but every once in a while I do kind of discuss it a little bit. And so if you want an idea on where I think price is moving towards in the future, the best time for you to catch that is going to be in the early market open when I first start the live stream, when I talk about what it is that I have to say for the day, or right after market opens and I do the intro, and when I go into that period of time, I'll usually talk about it at those two times. But ultimately, I do believe that the market's going to be trying to target $6.25. And just to keep it very brief, the reason for it is that AMC raised $400 million in capital, and I think that the market's going to make AMC pay for that in market capitalization by dropping it from $2 billion to 1.6. And the only way you get 1.6 market capitalization billion is by taking the amount of shares that are in existence and figuring out what share price needs to be in order to make that the correct number, because it's shares times price, and that number is $6.
What did you use?
The most current one. The number that
256 million.
Yeah, 256 million. Yes. 256,114,750. And I don't think that they're going to drive price all the way down to 625 all at once. You know, I don't think it's going to be like this like big huge jump straight down. It'll happen over a slower period of time, but I do think that that's where they're going to try and take price to. On the buy side, and this is the other unknown that we don't know about here. With Adam Aaron selling these shares into the marketplace, institutions are buying them, right? They're taking them as a form of payment for the debt that AMC had. When a long institutions holds a position of AMC in their possession, they now get to decide. Like they may have already taken they probably already took a loss on making that deal with AMC first off, right? The question is are they going to continue to want to take more losses by selling those shares at a price lower than what it is that they paid or what they gave up for those shares, right? And Adam Aaron sold them those shares to an equivalent value of a $7 range. So $7.40 to $8 in that kind of range, $7.40 to $8. So are they going to want to take further losses? And the big unknown now is are those institutions going to want to protect price to try and maybe get the price higher on AMC so they can sell their positions at a higher price, or are they going to just sell at a loss and take even further losses?
Oh shit, no. They're going to do exactly what Antera did. They're going to buy it at 67 and sell it at 234.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm with you, Sensor. That's how they're going to play it.
They're just waiting. They're waiting. They're loading up more, and then they're going to run it. It's probably going to go to 35.
So that's
my opinion.
That's what we're going to have to wait to see.
They're not going to hold for the squeeze. They're not going to hold for the great squeeze in the sky. They're going to do exactly what Sensor Content just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More than likely.
100%, maybe 100% run, 70% run, whatever. They're gonna more than make up for what the discount that they took taking these shares.
Leave like they stole something.
If they gave away their debt and they took a loss on giving away their debt, they're gonna try and make that back. So if they took a 40% cut off the debt, they're gonna want to make at least that 40% plus a profit.
Yep.
Yep.
It's what anybody.
And it won't be hard, and it won't be hard for them to do. It's a slam dunk for them.
Oh, my wife's asking me what time right now. You want to have lunch?
I don't know. We can eat here, which I'm fine with.
Uh-huh.
But up by the smoothie place, the taco.
And we all know they got like the reach around hand job phone call system that they just do, and they say, "Hey, Ken Griffin, run the price up for a while. Let's soak these retail guys for some money, give them to buy in at a higher price while we're selling."
So does that help out AMC at all? I think it does. If they want to be able to raise more money, then they can sell more shares at a higher price, and it helps them to reduce their debt even further. So it seems to me like they're playing. AMC is getting a buy-in from financial institutions to help improve price, which is exactly what he did with Ape, and it worked.
I'm a little bit salty today because I watched some South Park this morning.
Why does South Park make you salty though? I'm just curious.
I don't know. It's just like, have any of you seen their Christmas episodes?
No, but I've heard positive things about it.
Woodland Critter Christmas. Oh my God. The blood orgy and it's
a work of art.
You have to see it.
Okay. All right.
It's Santa with a sledgehammer. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
And a shotgun.
And a shotgun.
Anyway, are you guys ready for music trivia?
I actually got to take off. My wife just asked me what time my lunch was, and I got to head out of here. So, and I told her, I said, give me just a minute. So I could do it when I get back later, but I need to cut out of here.
Another break? Got here.
Yeah.
No.
I know.
Yucca.
I'm with Yucca on this one.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations on just getting here. an hour later than usual. But it's good to have you. It's good to see you.
But you're leaving. Are
I
you
know.
leaving for the day? Are you leaving
Well,
for the night? What is it?
Come a little earlier. How often have you heard that, Yucca? Have you ever heard that before? Only here. That's why you keep coming back for more. Yep. All right. By the way, while I'm gone, you can ask Pirate about his cock. He's
Whoa! Did you get a new one?
Oh man,
he's got a story for you. He wants to tell you all about it.
Is it
Oh yes, it is. It is, but he wouldn't discuss it though, not openly. It is.
Okay.
Yes. In case you were wondering. Yeah.
It's a big one, huh?
Yes, that's apparently it poked him. Got him real good.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow! You should put that in a fight.
Mhm.
Cockfighting.
Yep. I don't know.
Sword fighting, in other words.
All right, I gotta get out of here. I'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves while I'm out of here. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right.
Don't have too much fun now. Later. All right, let me get you guys some good old healthy, clean Christmas music to clean your palate while I'm gone. I'll be back at I should be back around 12:10, but in case me and my wife end up having lunch for a little bit longer, I might be a little bit late, but you'll forgive us, I'm sure. Let me zoom out here just a tad bit, just in case we get some unexpected price movement real quick, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey, this is Sancho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
All right, I'm not going to wait for the music to end here. I'm just going to cut it off. All right, I am back from our lunch. Let me turn off this video stuff here real quick again just to get rid of the message. We'll take a look at the numbers. All right. Take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back, or the sleigh back up on the screen again here. And let's take a look at what we got going on. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to log into your account, not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, let's see what we got, 1230. Somewhere really close to probably around like 63% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got about 53.1% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.13. The combined total 63.23% or 0.23% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume for the day is at 1,400 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. And then GME CHX volume for the day is 1,521. Also nothing unusually large going on. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately hour and a half ago, there was 4.38 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 4.27 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to be at around 9.3%. The current cost to borrow min is at 0.51, average is 0.9, and max is 1.04. Total amount of shares on loan is at 12.45 million shares today. That's 1.79 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 537,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today, coming in at a $7 strike. There was 9,000 in contracts in volume earlier. It's now 10.2. Highest amount of volume for puts is at 6.5. There was 5,000 contracts an hour ago. It's now 5.8. Market is still suggesting a closing price between $6.5 and $7 by the end of the day today. And I don't see enough volume in here to suggest that we may see a $6 put beat out like the 6.5s. So I wouldn't be too worried at this point that we'll be seeing like a close less than 6.5 by the end of the day today. But that's what I'm seeing right now. Things could change. Taking a look at MMRI. An hour ago it was at 247.9, now 246.8. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield this morning when I measured it was 0.499, or basically a 0.5% difference between the two. That's a little bit lower than yesterday. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. SSR trigger price is at $6.07. Shares available to borrow is at 5 million shares. That is where it was an hour ago when I left. Let me just refresh it real quick again. Yep, it's still the same. Fees are at 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 0.27. Dow Jones is up 0.1. Actually, take that back. NASDAQ is up 0.39. Dow Jones is up 0.1. And the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,549 advancers to 2,390 decliners. The market's more advancing this hour than it was last hour, but not by much. It was 35.27 an hour ago, so it's just up to 35.49. So just a little bit more advancing than it was an hour and a half or so ago. Taking a look at the Mag 7, only one stock is down right now, and fractionally down. It's down by 0.11 and trending up, it looks like. Perhaps, maybe. Yep. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.24. FRC is up 11.08. And that may be the end of the list here of financial institutions that I call out. Yep, it is. Silver up 1.24% for the day today, and currently consolidating after that trend up it had earlier. Gold is down 0.21 and consolidating a little bit after. It's on a very slight uptrend, but for the most part, kind of consolidating as well. Ethereum Classic is up 2.33% and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.12 and trending up. Oil is up 0.76, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.25 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.15 and still trending up currently. VIX is down 0.56, and I mean, an overall trend is kind of down right now. A lot of volatility, though, currently. VBR is up 0.42 and is starting to move into some consolidation after an uptrend. VB is up 0.36, moving into consolidation after an uptrend. Tesla is down 0.06 and starting to break that downtrend into an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.95, again, also breaking a downtrend and moving into an uptrend. Cinemark is down 3.11 and consolidating after a trend up. Doge is up 1.95, trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.1, trending up. GME is up 2.03, trending up. HYMC is down 2.29, trending down. NCMI is down 0.63 and consolidating after a trend up. Hood is down 0.53 and consolidating after a trend up. And AMC is down 2.45. And I would call it consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $3.9 million more. It's really close to $4 million more inflow than outflow. 11.52 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. After 250 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25, so we're in that range. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.1, which is that's below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.82, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI is at 56.77, which is slightly above average. And with that, let me see what this news article is. Okay, it's just about the share offering that occurred. Yeah, it's all about the news is all about everything that's been going on with the 8Ks and the privately negotiated exchange agreements. All right. Let me take you guys back over the other page here, and I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp, or the slaying. And let me head back to the back of the big tramp here. Just so you know, Pirate, your sound is off. Thank you. Speaking.
Appreciate the reminder.
Yep. Just wanted to add a hash mark to your use the restroom. I think that's 4. If I remember correct, if I'm counting correctly, I think that's 4. I think.
Well, I'm screwed then.
Pretty sure that's
that
4.
money goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll say this: there's a good chance whoever guessed 4 might end up being right for the day.
That's me. But there ain't no way you make it another 2 hours. I'm certain.
I think I do. I'm pretty empty. I'm going on empty right now, and I'm quite sober after that lunch. So I think you might win. There's a chance. I'm not holding it for you though.
Hard, that was when I was at my peak drinking. That was a big thing for me. I couldn't eat and drink. I worked very hard to get that blood alcohol up high enough to where I wanted it. And if I ate, I immediately became lethargic and ready to go to bed. So
yeah, that's a difficult thing for me too. But I do have another break coming up here, so
I've seen guys that could, I've seen guys who could, party pretty hard with beer after beer after beer. They could eat right through a big old meal and just keep right on going. But I never acquired that particular skill.
Mm-hmm. I found out the hard way that for me, the last thing I want to do is lay down. That's the room. Y'all kept telling me that you got to put a leg down which I think you guys are just like kidding or something like that because I've never heard of that before. But the room starts spinning on me and it's all over. I hate that. That's the worst part. So I try to, when it comes to going to sleep, I won't lay on my back more than likely. Nothing worse than looking up at the ceiling and watching it start spinning.
I never wanted to be that hammered. If I got that far, I hadn't learned my craft well enough. What I like to do is stay mega buzzed for long periods of time. But I had no desire to peak real early and get so blown out I'd fall over. I was a much more refined alcoholic. I wanted to spend as long as I could in that fog, and that meant that fine line between too much and remaining there. He said, "Beer enemas for the win."
Yeah, I'm not into that. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'll pass too.
Because I tried or anything. I wouldn't know because I tried. I'm just saying I would probably pass anyways. I'm just not going to go there.
So your aversion to it's not based on any personal experience, is what you're saying.
Yep, not at all. But see, that's the other thing too. Is like, I mean, I feel like drinking is kind of a sociable thing. When you kind of drink alone, it can become a problem, I guess. Can. I'm not saying it has to, but it can. So I tend to drink in social groups, settings, and so I guess what I would say to that is that there's no chance in hell I'm doing some kind of butt bong stuff in front of people. I'm not that kind of person at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like
beer.
I do like, entertaining people and seeing people laugh. That is fun. But I can think of many other things I can do bodily harm wise that won't require me to show my bum at all.
There you go.
Yeah. I've known a couple different guys, throughout time that, there's one particular guy that I knew who used to do a lot of, there's a term for it. When you strip off all your clothes and you go, streaking. He would do streaking. He was a college streaker. He's probably been on live television at some point or another, streaking for a college football thing. He's got a sex offenders card because of it. but that's his thing.
Nice,
yeah, that's his thing is streaking. He likes getting down to the bare skivvies and just bearing it all for the whole world to see as he runs around naked. And I'm not down with that. I'll just pass. I don't. It's not my thing. Some people are into that, I guess. Yeah, Frank Lehman says streaking in the quad. Woo woo. That's definitely this guy that I'm talking about. That was the kind of thing, he thought that would be fun to do. And I'm just kind of like, all right, you do you. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, if the objective is to shock people, I have no shortage of tools at my disposal for that. I don't need to strip down, buck ass naked, and run around.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I don't. Yeah,
I can be plenty offensive with my clothes on.
Yeah. Rich says there's always one in every group. Yeah, there usually is. It's always more fun if it's a girl. Because, it's just fun. But yeah, there usually is one. Yucca, just come to the back of the big tramp. You can talk over here. You don't have to just throw up chats in here. Stop hiding behind imaginary people. It's okay, Yucca. I'm a very open person. If I was a streaker and it was something that I wanted to do and I was proud of it, I would just straight up tell you guys. I would have no problem telling you. But that's not me.
Boo.
I know. I know, man. It's just not the kind of person I am, I guess.
Sure.
Well, I always feel like if you get to that now, this guy that I'm talking about, he didn't need to be drunk to do it. It was more or less just something he liked doing, regardless. It didn't no alcohol. Alcohol always helped, but it was never necessarily something you had to have. One thing that I always, if it was something I was going to do, it would be something I would do while I was definitely drunk. And one thing that I've always found to be the case is that some serious accidents happen when you're drunk, when you're mixing alcohol, and so the last thing I would want to do is be a squirrel that got his nuts cut or got caught in a fence. Maybe like trying to escape, a capture by some security guard, or because that would be me. That would absolutely 100% end up being me. And so I'm just gonna keep everything nice and tight to my body and risk any kind of potential harm. Rich says I do it for the cash, but not for the lulz. Ken Griffin says, so against naked shorts, you won't do anything naked, will you? Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. There are some things I will do naked. Not everything, though. Tendy says, you got to be proud of your junk. That's not really it, though. I'm really more worried about an accident happening. I can imagine, like, I see somebody streaking across a stadium field or something like that, and I imagine them like tripping or getting tackled on a sprinkler head. That would happen to me. Yeah, that would happen to me. I'm not. That sounds like
Why
a
would they
terrible
have a
thing.
sprinkler head in the middle of the field?
Why not?
It doesn't have to be necessarily a sprinkler head per se.
Could be anything.
But why?
Who knows? With my luck, what would end up happening is some dude would pull out a taser. And he would fire his taser, and I'd probably try to duck or something, and it would like hit me right in the ball sack, and I'd get tasered in the balls. And that would be my luck.
Were you gonna tuck and roll? Is that what you're planning to do?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, why would I want to even chance anything like that? I just don't.
Because it's fun.
Yeah, no, that's not how I see fun. I don't see fun the same way. Yeah. This is the same reason why I wear tighty. Well, I don't anymore. I wear like the tighty boxer briefs now, but I'm not. This is why I will never, ever, ever go to boxers. There's no such thing as letting it hang loose. Not a chance.
So you've never snuck in anywhere?
Snuck in?
Yeah, like snuck in, like your girlfriend's house back in the days when you were younger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
When their parents were sleeping.
Yeah. Oh,
and
absolutely.
You didn't, that rush that you might get caught.
Yeah, but you don't need that.
This is like that.
I'll do that all the time. That's fine. That's a great rush. That's awesome, and you don't really risk anything for the most part. Dad might come chasing after you with a baseball bat, but as long as you don't trip and fall, you're okay.
You have to be a pretty much degenerate gambler to do anything that could even remotely come close to you being labeled as a sexual predator or offender. I mean, who would want to wear that, indignity for the rest of their days? So, if you told me tomorrow that eating chocolate ice cream could lead to that, I'd fucking give up the chocolate ice cream, because I don't think there's a worse thing that somebody could be painted with in this day and age.
I asked that guy about that too, because he did have that sex offenders card, and I asked him, like, don't you find it like hard to get like jobs or anything like that because of it? And he's like, no, usually you just tell them that you were streaking when you're in college, and they're all good with it. And I think they can.
Exactly.
I think he has a way of being able to like prove that somehow or another. But
Right.
but
So streaking at the football game, streaking in a football game is okay. Just not streaking next to an elementary school full of little bitty kids. That would be
Right.
not okay. So it's okay to
Right.
streak. You just got to
Apparently.
pick your streakage
I guess so.
properly. Right.
Yeah.
What my whole thing is, I don't want to go through the rest of my life every time somebody finds out that I'm on this special list to have to sit down and try to sell them on the fact that I'm not quote unquote one of the bad guys.
Right.
I mean, fuck, absolutely not.
Same.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Same here. Same
Not
here.
to mention the people who might take the time to review that and find that list and then say and never confront you on it, but fall around behind your back, because then you're not even afforded with the opportunity to say, but wait, it was just an NFL football game.
Yeah.
The whole neighborhood's just automatically assuming you're perving out at the fucking local school ground. So I'm a hard no
I
on
went
all that.
streaking. I crossed the street, a like a major street. Yes, I was a little intoxicated, but crossed the street naked, and then cross the street back.
What if you got hit by a car?
And they were honking. It was all right.
What would happen if you got hit by a car and it knocked you out, and then the police showed up and
But it
like
didn't.
handcuffed you,
So that
and you're
doesn't-
naked,
But that
naked.
doesn't matter, because if I didn't, so
Yeah.
it's like, it's only an illusion.
Mm. Until it's
It's one of
reality.
those squirrel thoughts.
It's
one of those squirrel thoughts.
Until it's
Only
reality.
Squirrels think like that.
Yeah.
But it didn't. And
Then
I was
I am a
younger,
squirrel.
obviously.
I like my nuts. I like them real close to home, right where I know where they're at all the time.
Well, what about the ladies? They like to go streaking as well.
What about it?
You know, they don't get in trouble.
They do.
All they get is
They get in trouble.
I've never met anybody that's gotten in trouble.
I've never met a woman who's gotten a sex offender card for streaking. I can't admit to that.
Yep.
But I have heard that they do get in trouble for it. My guess is they probably don't ever admit it.
Yeah. But I wouldn't do it now. I don't have time for that.
Yeah. There's other ways to have fun. Selective streaking. If I told you his name, you wouldn't even believe me. He's got one of those famous type names. You'd be like, no. I'd be like, yes. No. Frank says hairy penis. No, that's not it. That's not his name. No.
Yeah, look at Nana. She likes to have fun. She went streaking back in the 70s.
Yeah, that was a different time, you know? I think, you know, it was just a different time. It was way more popular to do probably back then than it is now.
It was more. It was accepted. In other words, you weren't cool if you.
I don't think
you
that it
didn't
was
do
accepted, but it was more like, I don't know, maybe like a generational, just kind of like people just did it.
It's always been frowned upon.
Now there's an interesting point. If somebody were to ask me if I would skinny dip, I actually don't think I would have a problem skinny dipping, which is so odd. Because I mean, it depends on what body of water it is that you're in. I probably would not go skinny dipping in the ocean. I don't want
about your neighbor's pool.
I don't want little fishies deciding that they think there's a worm in the water. So I would probably avoid skinny dipping in the ocean. A pool would be probably no problem at all. I would probably also avoid it in a lake, but I would be more probably willing to do it in a lake than I would be the ocean. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of weird. That's kind of like, it's so weird that I would be willing to, skinny dip, but not streak. I don't know.
I've involuntarily skinny dipped.
You're roboting on us there. What would you say? You involuntarily what?
Skinny dipped.
You involuntarily
ocean.
skinny dipped in the ocean? Did the ocean
we went
wave
swimming
take your bathing suit or something, or what happened?
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
So that walk of shame is pretty hardcore, man.
Did you all the way up? Where did you walk to when you came out of the water? I mean, how did you? Actually, the bigger question I got for you
To the
is
RV.
how long did you spend in the water looking for your shorts before you decided that you were going to have to make that walk of shame?
You're gonna love this. So I actually almost died. The undertow swept me out, and it took about 7 people to rescue me.
Oh shit!
As soon as I realized that it was life or death, I said, screw the pants, screw the trunks. When I got up to the shoreline, my uncle gave me a sweater, and we walked back up to the RV. But yeah, man, I'll never forget that. Still funny though.
This is life or shorts. Oh man, that's pretty funny.
Interesting.
Richard says, "What about a tub?" Yeah, I'd do a tub.
So just overall moral of the story: don't piss in the ocean. She'll get you back.
The moral of the story is you never turn your back on the waves, ever. I always tell my kids that. Never turn your back on the waves. The minute you do, they will abuse you. The ocean is unrelentless. All right, numbers. I came back a little bit late earlier, so this is why we're going to go through the numbers again so soon.
Numbers time.
Mm-hmm. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Actually, the sleigh. Until we see the sleigh back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Starting with off exchange. As of an hour ago, there was approximately, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and ADGX. We got 53.76%. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second here. This doesn't seem to be updating. All right, it is right. Okay, 53.76% going through off exchange. EDGX is 10.01. The combined total on that's 63.77%, or 0.23% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is at 1,400 shares. CHX volume for GME is sitting at 1,535. Both of those numbers are pretty low. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 4.27, actually it was like a half hour ago, 4.27 million shares having been borrowed. That value is now being reported at 4.24. Small drops, not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float at 9.3%. Cost per mins at 0.51, averages 0.91, and max is at 1.47. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 12.45 million shares on loan currently. That's approximately 1.79 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 537,000 of that is in new short interest. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $7 strike with 10.2 thousand contracts, now 10.8. Highest amount of puts at a $6.5 strike. There was 5.8 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 5.9. MMRI for the day today is sitting at 246.73. It was 0.8 earlier, so just a slight bit drop there. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield was 0.499. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. SSR trips at $6.07 for the day today. 5 million shares available to be borrowed. Looks like there's been no borrowing of new shares in the last hour. Fees were last reported at, or not fees. Well, yeah, fees were reported in the last hour at 0.6, but the total amount of shares borrowed for the day today is at 4.35 million. NASDAQ is up 0.19, Dow Jones is up 0.04, and the S&P 500 is down 0.02. We have 3,338 advancers to 2,632 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. And I just erased the number off my board. I think it's less advancing now than it was an hour ago, though. I got too wrapped up in what I was doing and erased it too quickly. Mag 7. All 6 out of the 7 are in the green. Big bank movers for the day today. Any institution, financial institution that's up big is 2.5%, or down big 2.5% for the day today. It's going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.05. FRC is up 11.08. A lot of the banks are starting to turn red. There is another bank in here that's almost to the point where maybe in the next hour I might be able to read this one off. But that's the last of them. Silver is up 1.21 and consolidating for the most part after a trend up earlier today. Actually, that might have been, was that yesterday? No, that was earlier today. Silver is down 0.23 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 2.3 and trending up. US dollar is up 0.09, trending up. Oil is up 0.54, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.25 and are trending up. SPY is breaking even for the day today and trending down. VIX is up 0.24 and trending down, but it looks like it's starting. Oh no, it just gapped up. Holy moly, it just gapped. That was a big gap there. Hold on a second. This thing's starting to move. VBR is up 0.3 and trending down. VB is up 0.17, trending down. Tesla is down 0.43, trending down. We're seeing a bunch of things starting to take a turn for the day today. Amazon is up 0.6, trending down. Cinemark is down 3.92, trending down. Doge is up 1.48, trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.06, trending up. GME is up 0.76 and breaking the trend up and moving to a trend down. HYMC is down 2.18 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.39 and starting to break a consolidation period, moving into the trend down. Hood is down 1.52 and trending down, and AMC is down 3.12. And I'm still going to leave it at well, it's in a slight downtrend. It's trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $3.9 million. Actually, it's basically $4 million more inflow than outflow. 12.27 million shares traded so far. After 279 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 17.15 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 33.76, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 26.57, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 27.93, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.84, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp, and we are starting to get that breakdown that the rest of the market was having as well. Starting to move, trend down a little bit lower here. We might get my $6.47 close after all. I really thought we would see a push up to $7 to close out call positions, but that just didn't happen. We minus that portion of the call that I made last night. We are seeing that push towards 625.
Yeah, someone was asking earlier, and I couldn't remember what it was. I told him, I said, I stick to the jokes, man. I can't remember.
The price prediction?
MCon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
647 was my price prediction.
Yeah, I look back. Yeah, he said, are we going to 625? And I said, who knows? And he said, wasn't it brought up? And I said, damned if I know. I'm just here for the jokes. So if he's still listening, there you go, dude.
Whew. Barry Electronics says, jump off the high dive with loose trunks. No thanks. For other reasons. Not because you lose your pants. I can think of other reasons why I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, my days jumping off shit are over.
You ever done one of those platform dives before? You know, those like multi-tiered decked platforms for diving, like solid diving platforms that they do in the Olympics and stuff. Have you ever jumped off one of those?
Yeah.
I don't know that
ones.
I've never gone to the top of one of those before, but I have gone to, I think it was the second or third next highest. I'm too much of a puss to go up to the. Although Hunter has, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he has done it. We put him in a diving program.
An abandoned.
What's that? Parrot, you cutting out? What'd you say? You're showing up as talking, but you're not talking. Okay, I don't see anything. Bob says, do we know our current debt amount for AMC after these offerings? I've seen some people throw some figures around. I don't. The only I would do would be the same thing that you can do for yourself, which is go pull up the last quarterly and make the calculation based off of that. Subtract out the million that we had over the last two offerings, and then whatever that third offering was. I think the oldest offering was for an amount of let's see, it was 25. $12.275, so 62,275,000 less than what it was on the last quarterly report, minus some aggregate accrued interest, which might equate to, I don't know, $1 million or so more. Let me check something out here real quick. which is the one I want. I guess this one. Yeah, VIX is taking some pretty hefty jumps right now. Like I said, about 2 days ago, we were seeing the VIX reporting, future VIX reporting a number around 14. Let me look at it real quick here. It says 14 point... Come on. Oh, dang. Future VIX are now showing up at 16.38, and we're at 12.62 that's showing up right now. So earlier this morning it was at 14. Now it's showing at 16.38. So it looks to me like I think there's supposed to be some jumping, some we may see a gap overnight occur. Kale says your internet connection glitches, KC. Yeah, I know, man. It sucks. Yeah, it's actually glitching right now, which is probably why I couldn't hear Pirate. Let me see if there's something I can do from my end real quick here. Give me a second, and I'll try to fix it real quick and see if I can't make sure we don't lose this. My wife just says we got to go see Napoleon. I agree. Let's see. Let's see if I can fix this. Give me 1 second. I'll try to fix it. This reminded me. Actually, I should probably say it after I try to fix this here. Hold on 1 second. Shut down. I could try to switch to the other line. Let me try it real quick. At the risk of losing the live stream, I'm going to switch over. No, I'm not. It's not even showing up. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying. I'm working as fast as I can to try and resolve this. I'm going to leave the back of the big tramp just in case that clears up the connectivity problems that I'm having at all. Oftentimes that will help. That did help right off the bat. That cleared it up quite a bit, actually. All right, so leaving the big tramp was what was required in order for me to get. I actually have a great connection speed now. For whatever reason, the back of the big tramp seems to slow me down a little bit here. It does seem like. Yeah, my connection is really strong now. Oh, actually, it's still fluctuating a little bit, but it is way stronger than it was. All right, so let me go ahead and throw this out here as a suggestion, just kind of going forward. If you haven't already done so, in the description of this channel, There are 3 locations to go for backup in case something should happen to the live stream and I'm no longer able to stream through YouTube. Make sure you know what those are. My first point of contact that I'm going to move to after this is going to be Twitch, where I've got an account set up there already. We tried it it hasn't been too long ago that we tried it out and tested it out, and it's actually a much better streaming quality than what I get here on YouTube. If that doesn't work, I can go to a Twitter space call. The reason I would go to Twitter before going to a Discord call is just simply because more people will have the ability to be able to see the Twitter space calls than the Discord. And then the last choice would be Discord. And then for those of you who have never heard this before, maybe this is news to you. Once upon a time, we had a general rule. This is way back in 2021. This became a thing where if we have a complete shutdown on pretty much like anything AMC related, you could go to the video Gangnam style, the original video, and people were going to communicate through Gangnam style in the chat comments for that video, and we were going to blow the crap out of that. So blow it up there. So I just want to let you guys know because there is backups, and I if you haven't seen the GameStop movie, which I always keep forgetting the name of. If you haven't seen the GameStop movie, that was probably one of the biggest things that people didn't have that opportunity to be able to communicate with each other. And so everybody was kind of like left guessing like what everybody else was doing kind of stuff. And so that breakdown in communication was, kind of like one of maybe the failure points and where price movement was not continuously able to go up. Because people maybe perhaps started selling because they were afraid. So, just throwing that out there in case something should happen. Who knows? Apparently, my internet's all over the place right now. Let me check downdetector.com and see if the internet itself is getting any hits right now. Let's see. Oh, yep. It's saying Discord's definitely getting hit right now, so that could be part of the reason why I was having problems while I was on Discord. Smart Hub, Nelnet is getting hit right now. Cash App's getting hit right now. Amino's getting hit right now. Those are all the red ones. Chris says, more hamsters to the wheel. Go, my pretties, go! Yeah, I hear you, man. All right, well, it doesn't really matter too much anyways. It's kind of break time for me anyhow, so let me go ahead and put up the message and the music, and while I take a break. It looks like when I am having like periods of time where I'm seeing the internet kind of like dropping out, I am losing like actually, does it tell me frames dropped? Yeah, it's saying like 2% of my frames are getting dropped right now, which I think is kind of high. So maybe it's time for a break, and we'll come back and see how it looks here at 210. And maybe things will be a little bit better. I'll try, if I can, at some point or another, I'll try to switch over to another channel to see if it clears things up, but I don't think this is entirely my fault right now. Anyways. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Holy moly. Well, I was expecting a drop to 625. I didn't think it would happen all in one day. But it did. There it is. They're targeting that 625. And we'll see what happens here. As far as the whole market goes, it's the VIX took a big, huge jump as well. During this time, the VIX is just really, really taking off here. It jumped up to 13.48. $6.23 is what we went down to here. Let me update some of my numbers real quick here. $6.23. All right, well, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Let's see what you guys... Yeah, I called it, but I didn't think we would hit 625 right in one day. I mean, I kind of knew that's what they were going to be targeting, but Steven Skinner says, Casey, the whole group blamed you for leaving for half the day. I tried to stop them, but they just keep blaming you. Yeah, I know, man. It happens. Whatever. I'll take the blame. It happens that way. All right, let me take you guys over and we'll take a look at some of the numbers here. Roberto Benegas says, I'm starting to think some of the markets are rigged. What do you guys think? I mean, literally, quite literally, Ken Griffin told you guys in an interview not too long ago that they are. I mean, that they plan on what the price is going to be, and then they drive it there. It's not like it's anything new. We already knew it was happening. I think a lot of people just don't want to believe it. All right. Let's take a look at what we got going here as far as off exchange goes. I really thought for sure that I thought for sure that we would see the drive up to $7 to get closed calls at $7. I'm really surprised that didn't happen. But let's take a look at what we got going on here as far as these numbers go. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Oh, excuse me. We're at 50.55%. EDGX is at 12.28. The combined total in that's... Whoa, that is... My math is off there. 50.55. The total on that is 62.83% going through those exchanges. That's about 3.17% less than what I would expect it to be. 4,666 shares going through CHX. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 2,134. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 4.24 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 4.49 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day. That's going to put the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 9.33. Cost to borrow mins at 0.51, average is 0.93, and max is 1.47. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 12.45 million shares. That's approximately 1.79 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated that about 537,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Son of a gun, I just refreshed it again. Dang it. It was already refreshed, and I went over to it, and it was already there. All right, hold on 1 second while it updates here. An hour ago, at $7 strike, there was 10.8 thousand contracts for the day-to-day. That 10.8 is now at... $15.8. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is coming in at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago it was 5.9 thousand contracts. It's now 8.1. MMRI an hour ago was 246.73. And is now 245.8. The spread between the 2-year and the 10-year was 0.499 earlier this morning when I looked at it. About 0.5% between the two. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Trigger price for SSR is at $6.07. Shares available to borrow. An hour ago or so, it was about 5 million shares. We're now down to 4.7, so another 300,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 4.65 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees currently at 0.6%. Actually, there was 400,000 borrowed. I missed it. It went down to 4.6. That's 4.75 million shares borrowed. My bad. I missed that. Went from 5 million down to 4.6, and they returned 100,000. NASDAQ is down 0.84, Dow Jones is down 0.64, and the SP 500 is down 0.84. There's currently 3,893 decliners to 2,129 advancers. The market is all but, I mean, oh my gosh. So I just got into this like argument the other day with somebody in regards to, you know, like whether or not AMC is moving with the market or not with the market. And I said, you know, that there are sometimes the price of AMC and all stocks are impacted not just by one, but by many. And so the market is responsible for, in general, the price movement of the entire market does affect the price movement of AMC because of some of the ETFs, especially that AMC is intertwined with with other stocks. So when the market does go down, AMC does get affected by that, and they didn't want to believe me, and this is a perfect example of how the whole market in a whole here is just taken an absolute dump within the last hour, and it's like AMC went with it. It's not specifically market manipulation of just the price of AMC. It's the whole market. The entire market is manipulated. NASDAQ down 0.88, Dow Jones down 0.67, the SP 500 is down 0.87. I don't know if I said that already. Of the Magnificent Seven, we had 6 out of the 7 that were green an hour ago. Now we have 6 out of the 7 that are red. I don't know how much more clear it can be that the whole market is impacted by movements sometimes. It's not just manipulation of just AMC. This is a perfect example of it. Big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. We'll get a shout out. Let's see what we got going on here. U.S. Bank Corp is down 3.51%. A lot of red showing up now. Charles Schwab is down 2.9%. And that's it. Silver up 0.76. Took a dump. Starting to trend back up after that dump down. Gold down 0.32. Same thing. Ethereum Classic up 0.61. Trending down. Breaking the uptrend it was in. The US dollar up 0.27. Breaking that 102.46 level. When I go out to a 30-minute time interval on this, you'll see here we're kind of traveling along here, and I kind of expect over the weekend that the U.S. dollar is going to blow up. Oil is down 1.38 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.35 to 0.36 and are starting to trend up. SPY is down 0.85 and taking a lot of hits here, a lot of volume increasing and trending down. VIX is up 9.26. There's that 14 number that I was looking for, but VIX is actually, futures are showing it in the 16 range, which means this has still got more to go here. It is, and it's jumped up to as high as 13.93 before pulling back a little bit to 13.66. VBR is down 0.72, trending down. VB is down 0.85, trending down. Tesla is down 2.71, trending down. Amazon is down 0.79, trending down. Cinemark down 4.09 and starting to find a reversal after the downtrend that it was in and starting to trend up a little. Doge is down 0.09, trending down. Bitcoin is up 2% but trending down. GME is down 1.5%, trending down. HYMC is down 3.67, trending down. NCMI is down 2.28, trending down. Hood is down 2.28 and trying to break the trend down and getting what appears to be a little bit of a reversal here. AMC is down 6.45% and finding a little. Looks like it may have found a little bit of a bottom there at 623 and is climbing back up a little bit. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. We just see it coming a mile away. $500,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today on AMC. 21.9 million shares traded. There's our spiking volume that came out of nowhere. After 352 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for about 24.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market, but there's a strong chance here in the aftermarket hours that we see some more potential volume that drives us above 25 million shares traded. So we may see a little bit more volume than I was anticipating. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 26.45, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 17, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 16.84, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 27.22, which is signaling oversold. Yeah. Boom. There you go. Targeting 625. Much quicker than I would have anticipated. There's no way I thought that we would see it just drive absolutely down to 625 in like a single day. Thought for sure it would take today and tomorrow in order to get there, but there it is. You got it. Let me head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. Gentlemen, they're off. Let's see. Donkey Kong says, gonna be happy I sold my shit coins and bought more AMC. Congratulations. Congratulations on your purchase.
Yeah, my man Andrew Francisi there. They've been buying here recently and sharing it with the class.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the Lord's work. Congratulations.
Yeah. I fully anticipate that at some, we will move down with the market. I've always said that. When it starts making some of the biggest moves that it makes downwards, we'll be heading down with it until we're not, right? Somebody's going to start getting margin calls, and when those margin calls start rolling through, that's when we'll start becoming inverse to the rest of the market, and you'll start seeing AMC driving up. And it'll be massive news. It'll be incredibly massive news because we'll probably be one of the few. There'll be others. It won't just be just AMC. But there will be specific stocks out there that start running. And everybody's going to be like, wait a minute, what the hell? What's going on? Why is this happening? I don't think this is it yet, though. This is not it yet. If you think a drop like this and,
Cinemark didn't budge an inch when everything else went down.
Really? I don't know about that.
It started trending up.
It looks like it went down to me.
Not when everything else went down.
Oh, okay, it was preceding everything else.
Yeah, it went down this morning and it's been trending up ever since.
I see it at 137.
Well, not trending up, but
at 137, it looks like it started taking a dump here for Cinemark.
That's not when everything else took a dump, though. Everything else took a dump at 2:30.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it was taking a dump earlier this morning.
From 2:30 on, it's stayed steady and gone up, and everything else has gone down.
Mm-hmm.
So, all the stocks aren't interconnected at all times.
Right.
Just because the market's going down, AMC doesn't have to go down.
It's 2:27. We got about 33 minutes more of trading to go till the end of the day today. I have not gone on to Twitter yet today since I think the day started after I made that big, huge, bold prediction yesterday. I'm pretty sure I probably got some hate messages. I was already getting them this morning when I woke up this morning. I saw them, and I was actually going back and forth. I'm kind of curious if some of that. I don't know. I don't know if this is one of those points in time where I go on there and I'd be like, yeah, how about that 625? How you like them
Did a single
apples?
tear run down your cheek?
No, but it was
a single tear run down your cheek.
No, not a single tear. Not a single tear.
Yeah, fuck them.
Frank says I forgot to put in my hate message. Is that on Twitter? Is it too late? Go for it, man. You're
Have at it, dude.
Have at it.
In fact, I'll be disappointed now if you don't.
I mean, the prediction was that we might see a spike up to $7, a very quick spike up at market open to close out as many $7 calls as possible, followed by a run down to $6.25. And the first portion of that just never really formulated. And the run to 625 happened, though. Way quicker than I would have thought of.
All attendees is on point. He said someone needs to create a meme with the 625 call out instead of her number from Goodwill Hunting. Bill, how do you like those apples? Yeah, nicely done, attendees. Yeah, I was tracking before you even put the punchline in. Yeah. How do you like them apples?
Anson says that Twitter's a buzz about the new offering. Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why I made the title what it is for today. I actually wasn't going to put the title in anything about the 8K. I don't think I put one in for the last time we had an 8K that came out. Because AMC is going to continue to probably try and pay down its debt, and so I don't really feel like it's like news that we have to announce. I feel like everybody knows about it, and the only reason that anybody's talking about it whatsoever is simply because of the fact that price is moving in some direction. It doesn't really matter which direction it's moving, but price is moving in one direction or another, and so now it's like, oh well, it must be related to the 8K filing.
Good to have you with us, though, Anson Wagon. It's always good to have another supporter of AMC. Hope you had the opportunity today to pick you up a few discounted shares, but it's good to see you here. You too work for president. You don't see you here very often, but it's always nice to see fresh faces come in, all excited with enthusiasm for the company and what we're doing. Welcome aboard. What are you laughing at, Casey?
No, you're right.
I'm not the welcome rag in here, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
Get a free hat, a T-shirt, yeah.
Stop by for your free cup of hot cocoa. Don't forget to leave a super chat.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Well, it's nice to see you engage in the chat there, Anson. Again, welcome aboard.
Pro Jeweler says, "I wish the U.S. put as much effort into paying down its debt as much as AMC does."
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Oh man. This drop was coming one way or the other. Woke for president. So here's the deal. AMC's market capitalization was $2 billion on the 9th of December. Was it December? No, it was November, wasn't it? Didn't we? They announced it in November, wasn't it? That they. Oh my crap.
Riddle me.
November.
It was
November
November
9th.
9th. Holy crap! It's been over a month now. It was $2 billion. It was our market cap on November 9th when they announced it. And what AMC and the board of directors and Adam Aaron has done is raised $400 million in capital. Well, if they're going to raise $400 million, the market's going to push the price down to reflect the dilution that's occurred. And in order to do that, what they're going to do is they're going to drop the market capitalization from 2 billion to 1.6. That's the 4 million in capital that AMC raised. And so if you want to figure out with the current amount of shares, which I'm estimating to be right around 256,114,750 shares, then the market cap to get to a market cap of 1.6 billion, the average price of a share for AMC should be around $6.25. So what is the market doing? The market's simply trying to move price to and adjusting it to the point to where it makes sense that if AMC is going to dilute, this is what they want the price to be at. Now, this is simply an attempt to try and smear the company, and because really that's not, I don't think price should really move like that, right? Market capitalization is really just a formula that tells you what is the value that somebody would have to purchase the company for if they decided as an outside investor that they were going to come in and buy out the shareholders. It should not reflect the amount of money that a company wants to raise for capital. It shouldn't reflect that. And so this is the market's way of kind of punishing AMC or saying, like, if you're going to raise money, then we're going to lower your share price. And it's essentially a way to try and get investors to, try to be angry at AMC for trying to reduce their debt, which is exactly what we need to do in order to win. So all of this is all smoke and mirrors. It's all just smoke and mirrors to try and prove a point. And that's the point is that, the powers that be don't want to see AMC win, don't want us as shareholders to win. And so therefore they're going to, move the price around in ways that are going to cause people to have fear, uncertainty, and doubt about their position so they can sell. That's the whole point. Get you to sell your shares. Let's see here. It's not rocket science. We literally had a video not more than a month ago of Ken Griffin sitting in an interview talking about the fact that they have fund managers out there that are deciding what prices are going to be, and then manipulating the prices by pushing share prices in the direction that they think the stock value should be worth. So this should be no surprise to anybody. The people who are making the markets are literally admitting to price fixing share price. This should be no surprise.
We should be thanking them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if
that's what he said.
If we should be thanking him. He did. Did he say? I think you're right. I think he did say that. Yeah, we should be thanking him. They're doing their.
Say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're getting the advantages of all of their investigation, and because they spend money to decide how much a company's worth.
Yeah. They spend a lot of money on research, on deciding what a price of a company should be worth. We owe it to them for these prices. Yep. That's right. We're going to get ours in the end. We already won this battle. I think we won it a long, long time ago. It's just playing out. It's playing out. We're seeing bank failures. We're seeing hedge funds fail. Everything that needs to happen is
Ready to play a
happening.
game?
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Let's do it. Are we doing music trivia? Is that what we're doing?
Play games here.
Oh, we don't want to play games?
Yeah.
Let it rip, Tater Chip. We got 5 songs. Let's do this thing. I'm ready.
So just to make sure, I need to type this out in the chat and not just blurt it out, right? Like I should probably not blurt it out, right? All right, I'm ready to type.
Oh, this is mostly to keep you. This is just mostly to keep you entertained, Casey. I don't want you to get bored of doing this. I mean, and then just quit all of a sudden. So it's all for you.
Thank you.
So do what you want.
All right, let's do it. Dun 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 dun.
You're getting there.
Yeah, I know. I can't. I'm trying to think. It's dun dun dun. I don't know the name of this freaking song.
All right, put the answer in the chat.
What is it?
One pill makes
Yes,
you nervous.
that's it. That's the one.
And another makes you tall. The ones that mother gave you don't do anything at all.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember the name. What is the name of it? You said you put it in here already? Let's see. Pirate says Grace Slick. Is that who sings it?
She's the lead singer.
Okay.
She's the lead singer for Aeroplane and Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship.
Son of a gun, man. I actually don't think I actually knew that one.
Isn't that from the game?
I didn't know the
movie
name.
Game?
I didn't know the name, but
a good song, man.
That was a good song, yeah.
It's
Very
a
good song.
badass song.
Have I not
I think
played that
there's-
before?
There's
I don't think I've played it.
out of the 5, there's 4 that you should get, and 1 that I don't think anybody's gonna get.
Okay, all right.
And I predict that.
Yeah, the
Pirate
game.
gets this next one.
That's from the game.
Is that Stone Temple Pilots?
Pilot.
Stone Temple Pilots.
Pirate's gonna get that one.
I'd have to. It's so short.
Don't play it any longer. Don't play it any longer, but just play it again.
It was so short.
Running on Empty.
Oh yeah, I don't know this one.
All good old boys. Never
Yeah,
meet him no heart.
Smokey and the
Dukes of Hazzard.
Bandit.
That's Waylon Jennings. Dukes of Hazzard.
Duke of Hazzard. Oh, okay.
The Dukes of Hazzard.
Just a good old boy.
Yep. Boy, holy
Never
crap,
meet no
dude! You could totally sing that. Look at you go. Nice one.
Yeah, I can lay that one down for you.
Very, very nice.
You're
All
not
right.
bad. Here's a gimme. for
Andy
Casey.
said we got to type in the answer, not saying it. Fair
Oh,
enough,
okay.
Andy,
All
fair
right.
enough,
Sorry.
buddy.
My bad. My bad. Hold on. I'll stop speaking. All right.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, I put TA instead of TE.
Whatever.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. That was a good one.
Yep. Tequila.
I'm gonna leave the hardest.
Isn't that
one for
tequila?
I don't even know.
Make yourself a tequila.
Is that the name of the song? Because I don't even know.
Tequila. Yeah, I was. Yes, tequila.
Tequila.
Feel like a lady
was that,
should.
Flark?
Feel like a lady should or something.
I beat you, man.
I don't know.
Let's
What,
go, girls.
yeah, I don't know what the. I don't know who
Shania
sings
Twain.
it. Shania
Man, I
Twain.
feel
Okay.
like a woman.
Yeah. Feel like a. There it is. I just blurted it out. I couldn't remember. Feel like a lady should. Feel like a woman. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
in his black leather pants,
Yeah.
skin tight leather pants.
Yeah.
After you don't get this next one, I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
Isn't that from 50 Cent?
Yes, sir. Don't spoil it though. Let him sweat it out.
Come on, Casey, get your act together.
I don't
You're a gangster.
know.
I won't be able to. I won't be able to.
It
do
sound.
anything
I mean, it
with
does
that
sound like something that's sampled, and if it's
Not a
from 50
hip-hop-
Cent, it
not
would
a
definitely.
hip-hop guy or
If it's sampled from something, then it's definitely going to be a. It's going to. I can. A lot of rap songs are sampled, so.
It relates to something that AMC has done recently.
Yes.
I don't know.
Let the beat hit, Chancellor. He's got to hear the beat for him to realize what it is.
Welcome to the candy shop.
No, he doesn't.
I don't know. I've never heard this song in my life. Never heard it.
Yeah, I've never heard it either.
What?
Never heard it.
Oh, you've heard it.
Welcome
Nope.
to the candy shop.
Come on, Casey.
I've never heard it. I know what this is.
Seductive, Casey. Come on.
I don't listen to this stuff. It's not my. It's not. No.
Good job, though. Central Concept.
Yeah.
That was fun, man.
Yeah, good job. Yeah.
Very fun.
I wouldn't have known that one. I don't know that.
Welcome to the AMC candy shop.
Tendy says strip club music.
Yeah. Let's all welcome Destiny to the stage.
CPR says Casey wrote this song. Don't let him fool you. You know, they sample a lot of their music though from other stuff, and I'll bet you because when you played it initially, it made me think of something else really, really super old. So my guess is they found a sampling for something in there that I'm probably keying in on.
Oh, I guarantee, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it is though. I'd have to think about it for a while.
I like that, Petro. I like that very much. Stone Temple Pirates. I see what you did there.
Anyway, that's it. That's the 5.
Uh-oh. Amber Alert.
What song is that?
I'm looking for a black Mercedes 2017.
What is that?
Hey, Yucca, don't you have a black Mercedes 2017?
What did you do to 16-year-old
No.
Zinab Ali and 5-year-old Umar Ali? An 8-year-old, oh, there's more. An 8-year-old Aisha Ali. Are you 37? Yucca? And your name Nazi Ali?
From the dad takes the kids.
That's what it says. It was pretty specific on that one.
So a Nazi took them?
That's what it says. A Nazi Ali. It's Nazia is how not it looks like Nazia Ali maybe. I don't know how to say it. What the heck is an A capital A backslash F? Capital F. What does that stand for?
So a Canadian Nazi.
As fuck.
Nazi, eh?
Nazi as fuck.
No, and it has it after each person's name. It's got their name and then it has A backslash F. Oh, wait, no, it's not. One's an A and an M. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this.
Asian male, Asian female, Asian male, Asian female.
Yeah, that might be it.
Just spitballing.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I've never seen that before.
Who said that? Fuck. Nazi as fuck. Okay, let's not make fun of the Amber Alert.
Does that feels a little too real?
Destiny's been replaced on stage with Amber.
Oh, that's fun. Thanks for the little music trivia there towards the end of the day. I appreciate that. Thanks for making my day interesting.
Yeah, thanks for being right on the price prediction.
Well, I didn't, because I actually predicted a price much higher than this, and it's just that I thought it would take 2 days to get here. Apparently, that wasn't the goal. Apparently, that was not the case.
Thanks for being.
They're bound to take any beneficial move in the SPY or the overall market to their advantage, and move it wherever,
Yeah,
whenever they
Casey.
can.
Yeah.
Thanks for being
Well, I can
thankful.
tell you this: if Shaquille O'Neal wants to have a tequila brand, he can call it Tequila. He can give you credit for the writing.
Shacky Tequila.
Yeah, they do everything. When you said it was Tequila, T-A-Q. When you spelled it Tequila.
Tequila. Tequila.
Yeah, it's like it's Shaquilla.
Yeah, I've always been known as the world's
Like
worst
Shakaroni
speller.
pizza.
So
He did that Shakaroni pizza. Yeah. So I don't see any reason why you can't have Shaquilla Tequila. Spell tequila with an A.
I didn't know Michael Jordan had to sell his team.
Oh yeah, you heard about that? And some
That's
people
the
are
rumor.
some people are suggesting that's actually kind of older news. Some people were suggesting the fact that it was because of the fact that he was involved with hedge funds.
Yep.
Yeah.
He had,
Short positions got slaughtered.
I heard Mark Cuban's dumping a whole bunch of his stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, both of them. That was the rumor.
It does not pay to be short.
Well,
Not always. Sometimes it
can't
may pay,
help
but
it,
not
like-
always.
Like how short? Like 5 feet? Is
I
that
don't know.
being short?
I don't know how tall is Mark Cuban.
Nah, man, they're getting those smaller people are getting looked over for the Oompa Loompa roles. So maybe it doesn't pay to be short.
You know, I always thought
Whoa,
Mark Cuban
what
was
if-
short, but it was just because he was always standing around a bunch of basketball players, and I never realized he's actually 6'2". Did you know that?
But isn't Gasparino short?
Yes.
So I wonder if all the shorts are literally midgets.
No, but Mark Cuban's 6'2", though. He's not really short.
Oh my God, imagine.
If you need any further example of how fucked up the world is, just understand that the entire Hollywood Actors Guild, the SAG Screen Actors Guild, went through a major union walkout. They went on strike, and then you have a role that's designed for little people to play, and they used a full-size adult. So what did the union do for the midgets? What did the union do for the midget guys when it come to getting them work? It isn't like they throw roles at those guys anyhow. But they took a full-size man and made him digitally short so he could play Oompa Loompa. So fuck you, union. I got your back, little people. Pirates looking out for you. If you're among the little people,
They did
I
it.
got you.
They did it again with Snow White pirate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Where's his union rep at? Where's his steward, his shop steward? Where does he file a complaint? You know,
Hey, Tendies, I think it's spelled with a C. Mark Cuban. Not positive, but I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look it up here. I thought it was. Mark. Oops. Oh, maybe I was wrong. It is with a K. My bad. Never mind. I don't know why I always thought it was with a C. You're absolutely right. It is with a K. My bad. Never mind. I just learned something new. I don't know. I don't know why I thought it was spelled with a C, but I did.
Frank Lehman saying it's Peter Dinklage. It's his fault because he was too busy. Come on now. What are you trying to say, Frank and Tech? That Peter Dinklage is the only midget that works in the movies? It isn't like he gets every single little person's part. Come on, guys.
It does seem like he gets a majority of them these days.
And that's fair enough. But at least he's, a little stumpy little motherfucker. He deserves it. You can't have a full-grown man playing a little stumpy-ass midget part.
Tom Cruise was busy.
He started out small. He started out with small parts.
Oh man, I saw somebody show. They were showing the original Top Gun, and I don't remember specifically. I guess they showed him walking down the flight deck, getting to either coming to their planes or going away from the planes. And then it shows a picture of him close up, and there's a part in there where in order to have Tom Cruise's height more match Goose's height, he steps up onto a box for just that one particular shot or that scene. And I saw a thing where somebody was doing like a slow motion of it, and you can actually see him like stepping up onto it to get the height that he needed for the shot. And it's kind of funny when you see it in slow motion. You can see him stepping up onto a box.
If I heard it.
Yeah, man.
I came on just to say it. Peter Dinklage made it hard for everybody else to get work because he made waves about people like being cast in those roles, and so it became politically incorrect, and he basically cock blocked all the other actors.
Get out of
who
here.
aren't as famous as him.
What?
You know?
No, come
Yeah,
on. Really?
He did.
Really?
Yeah, he did. You can look it up. Yeah.
Oh,
There
wow.
used to be a lot of little midget guys that made a good living getting tossed too.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say the M word.
You know what?
Everybody
I'm going on
all these
Twitter. I've been
do-gooders, all
going
these
on Twitter.
do-gooders getting in front of their the hustle. These guys
seriously
got all
been
these little
going
side
on
hustles
Twitter
going.
every day, and I'm trying to bring back the word retarded because I think it got a really bad. I think it got bad press the first time around, and I think it has its uses. Like not necessarily for mentally retarded people, but in the political sphere, I would like to call a lot of these guys retards. I think we should be able to use that word freely.
I remember
bad
way
press the first time around.
Way back in the day that if you were, back in my days in the, I guess the 80s-ish. Yeah, 80s. In the 80s, when we used to, that was like your favorite thing to call your sibling. That's the R word. Yeah.
Sure it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still is. Yeah.
Not allowed to do it now.
Used to watch. I'm sorry. As a child, we used to sit around and watch those telethons on TV with my parents and having kids over, and we'd laugh at them. I'm sorry. It was funny.
Did you?
Look at that one.
I think somebody sent this to me. I'm going to have to look for it and see if I can't find it. But it was a commercial, and it was saying making fun of people's disabilities is wrong. It's just retarded.
That's a good one. That's a better shot. That one deserves a
And I died. I thought it was so funny. It was a legit like old ad. But it was funny because now you can't do that. That's not allowed. Well, it is that time of the day, guys. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day.
Another break?
Yeah, it's time. I know. It's the worst time of the day.
Well, it's raining.
Yeah.
What is that?
For you guys in the back of the big tramp, I will see you guys in a few minutes here. And for those of you guys who are listening, thanks for being here and just enjoying the day together. And as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. We have 2 more days left before we head into Christmas. So spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk. They like getting outdoors too. For crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. And we have just a few more days left of this year to support the fourth quarter numbers. So, but above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Shh.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. Don't want a doll, no dinky tinker toy. I want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind you. He won't have to use a dirty chimney flue. Just bring him through the front door, that's the easy thing to do. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles, no rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Mom says the hippo would eat me up, but then teacher says a hippo is a vegetarian. There's lots of room for him in our two-car garage. I'd feed him there and wash him there and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero stand.